Mute, but this is mute my lakini sikuna mtu nasikia. You are muted.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning, Prof.
Good morning to you.
Nice to see all of you here. It's another good morning. Yesterday we had a very wonderful day. A lot of interactions, a lot of discussions for the papers that we got, very insightful research. It went very well. And today we have another day. Please, registration form is already there. Keep registering so that you can have your presence. And I can see we are already more than, let me see how many now. We are filling up in the house, and as we continue to fill, I think the presenters are here. I can see our chair and the rapporteur are here. And please don't forget to also evaluate the conference at the end of the day, because we always like to have your feedback so that we can improve. You tell us what you're doing well and what we can improve. So we really appreciate your feedback. Just to, I don't know whether, let me see, our chaplain, Reverend Karani, are you in the house? Reverend Karani is not there because our first agenda is devotion. Can we get a volunteer to pray for us? Just unmute yourself and bless us for the morning.
Okay, I can pray.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Father, we thank you. We honor your name this morning. We are so grateful that you have given us this day. We do not take it for granted, dear Lord, but we want to let you know that we are so glad that we can rejoice in this day, Lord. Blessed be your name. Father, we want to thank you for our facilitators. Thank you for our leaders. Thank you for every participant, dear Lord, as we prepare to do this. Father, I pray that you'll go before us. We pray for the day, Lord, that you will guide us and you'll be ahead of us, Lord, and you'll minister to each one of us in a special way. God, we are praying for our university. We are praying for our Vice Chancellor, our Chancellor, our Vice Chancellor, and the rest of the members of the staff, Lord. We pray for each one of them that you will give them wisdom. God, may you be with us now as we start, and as we end the day, Lord. All glory and honor will come back to you. That's our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. I can see the registration form is already up.
Conference that is ongoing.
Dr. Mulira, can you mute yourself? Thank you.
Let me send you the sign.
If you are not speaking, please mute yourself.
No.
So just to remind ourselves, this is the second postgraduate scientific research conference that is taking place today, 26th, yesterday 26th and today 27th. And in total, we have about 36 papers that we presented in the 2 days. Yesterday, we had 18, very interactive. The theme is operationalization of entrepreneurship, education, health, technology in sustaining biodiversity. We had our guest speaker speak into what is biodiversity and how do the different sectors contribute to sustaining biodiversity. And I think that for you who had tuned in, it went very well. And it gave us a lot of insights in what biodiversity is and how we can contribute to sustaining that. Most of the papers that we got, the theme was entrepreneurship and trade, and we have several papers that came from that area: strategic management, financial management. We had quite insightful papers yesterday, research talking about financial issues, education and professional training. I think it accounts for about 98% of all the papers that we have. And we commend the lecturers, the supervisors, and of course the researchers who are putting so much work from the education sector. And thank you all for supporting the students. We have masters, a lot of masters papers, PhD papers, and I really think education. The other schools, we will wake up and try to be as good as you are. We have peace, security, and social justice, religious and cultural studies. We have several papers from the area. Health strengthening and universal. We had one paper, medicine, pharmacy, but we had several from the previous conference that we held in July. So you can see that this being a multicultural, multidiscipline conference has brought in a lot of variety in terms of papers. The objectives of the conference, one is definitely to disseminate knowledge that we have acquired through the research and to share our experiences. And postgraduate conferences usually gives us, it's a place where we can make mistakes before really we go into bigger conferences. We learn how to present, we learn how to organize our slides, how to answer questions during this. So we share our experiences, what worked, what did not work, and what went well. And of course, I hope by the time we finish, we'll have networked, we'll have created partnerships. I have met over 100 people this year through the network. So I've increased my own network and partnerships, and there are people that we've even agreed we shall do papers together through these conferences. Please take your time to network with your fellow researchers, fellow participants. This is the essence of having the conference. If you listen in, you will pick up. You can always come back to me if you got a name and you're missing an address. I'm sure everybody here has consented that I can share their contacts so that we can create networks. Today, we know that you cannot get anywhere alone. If you want to walk quickly, you walk alone. But if you want to get very far, you need to work in a team. And I believe this gives us that opportunity to collaborate and to work together. So we received over 45 manuscripts from different postgraduate students from the different disciplines. And of these, we have accepted 36 presentations. We had 18 yesterday, which went very well. And today we will have 18 from the education, business, and health. So we are looking forward to listening to that. And as I finish my remarks, before we go to the first presenter, is that let's keep our mics muted. And I want to remind, yesterday we had scenarios where the presenters presented and then they disappeared. And when we were asking questions, they were nowhere. If you're the one presenting, please do us a favor, stay on until your session is over. And don't disappear after even your session, because we expect you to also sit and give others feedback. So stay on course until you can respond to all the questions. Please use the chat as the presentations are going on. Use the chat to input your questions so that by the time we are finishing, we have all the questions in the chat. And then a few people may ask the questions, but keep the chat going. Not only the questions, but also comments, and the presenters will take note of that. And I think with that, we are just getting on to the time. Whichever minute that we save, we like. I hope to take Karibu time.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. You've been much of the highlight that spread of the presenters. So just a reminder again, some house cleaning. Presenters, you have only 12 minutes for your presentation, and concentrate on the main areas. If it's your results, with the problem statement. Don't dwell so much in introduction, because that may you may be beaten by time. As the chair said, for those who are presenting in various sessions, make sure you're available during discussions when you're having our questions and answers. And as for us to start in the next few minutes, I would like to introduce also my rapporteur, that is Dr. Caro Kawela, to give remarks, especially regarding yesterday's experience and how we can improve on this morning session. Dr. Kawela, are you on call?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please, you can give your remarks.
No, mine is just to emphasize on what has been said. I think yesterday went well, apart from the students that moved out, or the presenters that moved out after they did their presentation. I just want to request that everybody ensures they're in a very good connectivity, especially the presenters, so that at least you're able to follow through your presentation well, and you're able to stay on call even after presenting. Otherwise, I wish the other presenters the very best, and I'm looking forward to interact and to also learn from the presentations. And to the other people who are participants, also engage the presenters. We are here to learn and to network and to exchange ideas. So let's not only look at it as a postgraduate conference, but also as a conference that we can all learn from if we are able to pick one or two, three things. Remember, it is we are involved in every area or every discipline is touching on one way or another. So it would also be very good to also make recommendations that can also improve the areas of the study, and also bring in new insights that could also take this to a further niche. So that is all I have to say, and I want to wish everybody well. And thank you, Dr. Mulira, for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. That is our rapporteur, Dr. Caro Kawela. So I want to know if the following presenters are in: Catherine, Adam, and Jennifer.
Yes, I am.
That is who?
Jennifer.
Jennifer, that is you are the one teacher FA for E7.
Pardon?
You see, I can see somebody talking by the name teacher FA for E7.
No.
Then change your profile name so that we know who is talking.
There are two Jennifers, I believe.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Change.
I'm Jennifer Makero.
Yes, Jennifer. Then at least change your profile name. It's teacher FA for A.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
How to change it?
Caro Motua, are you there?
Catherine Motua, yes.
It's Catherine. Oh, sorry, Catherine Motua, yes. Okay, thank you. Adam Ohersi, are you there? Adam Ohersi. Okay, if you're ready, we can start. You have exactly 12 minutes. Madam Catherine Mutua, karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to present on the topic on how mobile phone calls influence the marital satisfaction among couples or in MCK in Kobu Synod. My supervisors are shown on the slide, Dr. Rebecca, and Dr. Peter Mweti. On the background of the study, marital satisfaction is about being contented and happy within one's marriage, having genuine feelings of pleasure and joyfulness. So marital dissatisfaction is caused by numerous factors, according to Moleka 2021 and Ahmad 2018. Examples are there, including family structures, social, technology. And so this study sought to determine how technology or mobile phone calls actually influence or affect the marital relationship satisfaction. So the level of marital satisfaction is critical to all married people, as we all know. Married couples are expected to use communication to ensure long-term sustainability of marital satisfaction. However, the use of phone calls has had negative outcomes in marriage satisfaction due to the fact that they are often misused. And this is according to Aziz et al. 2018, Gul et al. 2019, and Hogg 2018. The purpose of this study, therefore, sought to assess the influence of the mobile phone calls on the level of marital satisfaction. Next slide. And the purpose of this, the objective of the study is to examine the influence of mobile phone calls on the level of marital satisfaction. That's next slide. The research question is meant to examine to what level do mobile phone calls influence the level of marital satisfaction of couples in MCK in Kobo Synod, Meru County, Kenya. The significance of the study, the findings have provided valuable information that is useful in growing marital satisfaction and family social interactions. The findings will also help the practitioners who work in the marriage institutions like superintendent ministers and the lay leaders that are involved in church leadership, couples, church counselors, professional counselors, and they'll be able to come up with appropriate counseling interventions. And the scope of the study is the married couples within Kobo Synod. The literature review, the gaps were identified under the variables that are indicated there, the level of marital satisfaction and the mobile course. And on the theoretical framework, the family system was used. Research methodology is laid out, and the approach that was used was mixed method. The research design is explanatory. The location is MCK in Kobo Synod. The data quality checks were done, and validity and reliability were also tested. Data analysis was done where qualitative data were checked using the thematic approach. Quantitative data, SPSS, was used. Descriptive statistics, frequencies, percentages, and means were tested. Correlation analysis, where we tested the strength of the relationship. On the findings, and maybe from here I'm going to slow down so that I explain, the study findings on the reliability test indicated the Cron-Bash alpha value of more than 0.7. We chose that the data collected was reliable. A total of 367 questionnaires were administered to couples in Kobo Synod. 61.6% were returned and used in the analysis. And a total overall response rate, including the questionnaires, the focus group discussions, and the interviews, was 87.2%. So let's see the findings. 44.3% of the respondents said that they make or receive very many calls between 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and early morning between 4 to 7 a.m. This shows that significant calls were made during family time. 54.4% said that the spouse usually pull out and examine phone calls throughout dinner while they are together. This indicates poor quality time with the spouse. And then 50.9% said that prolonged phone calls lead to suspicions. One of the superintendent ministers remarked, mobile phone calls, especially if made during odd hours, are prolonged, taken or made in a transparent manner, can cause a lot of disharmony and discomfort in married couples' lives. The next slide shows it shows the appropriate amount of money that respondents use or they spend on airtime and data bundles within a month. And so it ranges from 500 to 5,000 and above. This shows that substantive amount of money is spent on airtime and data bundles. Let's go to the next one. There were questions that were given on the questionnaires. And these questions, I think the slides are very, very small. I don't know whether you can enlarge them, please, so that they are. Especially the slide that is explaining the table, so that we are able to see the findings.
Yes. Just one minute, Catherine.
Yeah, thank you. That's better. Those are the questions, some of the questions that were on the questionnaires. The first question is, how frequently do you talk or contemplate divorce, separation, or ending your relationship? And then let's the next table, that is, the explanation part. Yes, these findings are actually explaining what is in that table, whereby we have that 8.9% were thinking about divorce, separation, or ending their marriages all the time. And then 22.6% stated they think about that is divorce, separation, or ending their relationship most of the times. And then 18.6% more often than not, and 10.2% occasionally. Only 11, that is 4.9%, indicated they had never considered the divorce, separation, or terminating a relationship. On another question, the respondents were also asked how frequently they quarrel with their partners. 35% said it happens more often than not. 28.8% saying that most of the time. 12.8% saying they argue all the time. On the other line, respondents were asked how frequently they got on each other's nerves. A nearly equal number of respondents, that was at 35.8%, stated it happens more often than not. 34.5% said it happened most of the time. And only 11, that is 4.9% again, who said it happens often. Therefore, the data demonstrated that arguments between married couples occurred most frequently. I lost my slides.
1 minute technical hitch.
Sorry about that. Yeah, please let me have themes reflecting negative effects. They are lost again.
We are having a small technical hitch here. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me have you enlarge the themes so that I can be able to present them, please. The themes reflecting negative effects of phone calls among couples. Enlarge it a bit so that you pull down the one.
Can you wait a bit? We think the computer is hanging here. One minute, please. Sorry for that. Chair, bringing to the participants as we sort out the problem.
Mm.
So far, so good. Catherine, you're asking for which slide? Catherine Mutua.
I think we are there. Can you see it now? Catherine? Is Catherine there? Dr. Mwenda, can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can't.
I'm seeing Teams reflecting negative effects on phone calls. Or we lost Catherine.
Yeah, we lost Catherine.
Oops.
I am back. I am back.
Are you able to see?
Okay. And
I am back.
is this the slide?
Yes, this is the slide. This is where we stopped.
Okay, and you have 2 minutes.
I hope you've compensated the ones that have been lost.
Yeah, you are left with 2 minutes, so you have 2 minutes to finish the presentation.
All right. So this is these are the themes, some of which were used to reflect the negative effects of mobile phone calls among couples. And on the first, you can see the behavior that is triggered by mobile phone calls. They are listed down there. That is the behavior. Then there is the next column that is indicating the results that are the resulting emotional and psychological behavior as a result of column 1. And then the worst outcomes for mobile phone calls. You can see what the mobile phone calls are doing to marital relationship. The last on the line being the divorce. So let's go to the conclusion slide, please. The length, time, and frequency of making, receiving calls, and the extent of concealment when making or receiving calls were raising weighty suspicions, taking away family time, and reduced cohesion among spouses. This was occasioning an increased level of marital unhappiness. And then mobile force was significant in influencing couples' marital satisfaction at Global Synod. Next slide. The recommendations are there. The MCK in Global Synod should educate and teach couples about phone decorum through workshops, seminars, and synthesize them on how to control phone talks during family times. This is very important. Then the study also recommended the development of comprehensive guidance and counseling, church training curriculum aimed at equipping couples with knowledge on the drivers of marriage dissatisfaction, including the effective use of mobile phone calls. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. You've kept time. We really appreciate that. For question and answers, we will hold that. So, however, those who may have some pressing questions, they can use the public chat. And I hope from where you are, Catherine, you can respond on the public chat.
Yes, yes, I can.
Okay, that's good. So those who have some pressing questions you may ask, or if you need some clarification or addition, kindly engage Catherine on the public chat. So our next presenter is Adam Ohersi. Adam Ohersi. Ohersi, are you there, Adam?
Yes, I'm here. Give me 1 second to start the. I'm trying to. I had a glitch all day.
Okay.
Adam, you're sharing the slides yourself.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Are we there?
Yeah, we are there, but go to the presentation mode.
Yeah.
At the bottom, you see at the bottom, there is that bar written comments. Down. Just go down. Down. You see where there is a plus, negative. Do you see 106%?
Well, I see the.
Just down at the bottom of your presentation. This one, just press escape. It will go. This pop-up will go. Then you see down there where there is notes. Notes,
yes,
comments.
Notes, yes.
Notes, comments.
Yeah.
Down. Then move towards the right. There's what you see like a book.
Yes.
Then you see a screen. Click on that screen.
This one?
You see these bar written notes on your PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Then comments.
Okay, let me close this.
Okay, just cancel this one. Cancel. Go to slideshow. Slideshow at the top. Slideshow. You see transition, animation, slideshow, review, slideshow.
On the Zoom or?
Slideshow. Home, insert, draw, design, transition, animation, slideshow. Click on slideshow.
Okay, animation is like, okay, slideshow is here.
Yes, begin play from start.
Now, do you see my screen where it says students attributes and background?
No. Play from start. There is that button which has appeared. Just above that, you see there is play. Yes, play to start.
Okay.
Yes.
So now,
very good. You have exactly 12 minutes to do your presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I am sorry for the glitch. I'm an old student. My presentation is students' attributes influence on adoption of the English language as a medium of instruction at Somali National University. My supervisors are Dr. Mauricio Severina and Dr. Charles Kanyi. I thank them very much and all of you. And this is part of my PhD thesis. And I presented yesterday another one, a internationalization affect influence on adoption of English language medium instruction at Somali National University. The adoption of the English language as a medium of instruction. Let me move this down. Instruction is about utilizing the English language teaching, especially where the native language used by used by the majority of the residents of a certain country is not English. The student is at the center of this study. Hence, their attributes are significant towards adopting English language in teaching at Somali National University. Somali National University now is the only public university in Somalia. Somalia is different. We will find out, and it's the biggest public university and the only public university in Somalia. It's located in Mogadishu. It has branches within the city. So the University of Somali National University are our focus. Key attributes of students include oral and written English skills, their attitudes, proficiency in the English language, background in the English language, and use of English in class and social settings. Many countries, for example, United States of America, Japan, Southeast Asia, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, and Sweden, as well as Uganda and Botswana, and others have adopted English language in their formal education system. The adoption of English in teaching in developing countries enhances the competitiveness of both public and private universities globally. In Somalia, Arabic and Somali language is the main languages of the nation. The adoption statement of the problem. The adoption of English as the language of instruction has continuously been on the rise globally. In Somalia, English is not compulsory subject at primary and secondary school levels. This occasions a problem at institutions of higher learning, where students and academic staff indicate low levels of English proficiency and competence. Objectives of the study was to examine the influence of students' attributes on the adoption of English language as an instructional language and at Somali National University. The hypothesis of the study was there is no statistical relationship between students' attributes, the adoption of English medium of instruction, SNU. Literature review, literature gaps on students' attributes, poor English language background, negative attitudes towards foreign languages, specifically English, and poor language proficiency. Relevant theory was Krashen's monitor theory by Krashen in 1994, and same theory improved by Schultz in 2007. It has 5 main hypotheses: acquisition learning, monitor, input, natural order, and effective filter, which collaboratively interweave to demonstrate that second language acquisition is more important in learning. Methodology, location of the study was Somali National University. The research design was descriptive survey research design. Target population were lecturers, the university management officers, students from Somali National University, and director of higher education of the same. Sampling size was 88 lecturers, 15 university management officers, 30 students, and the director of higher education. Sampling techniques, purposive sampling technique on university management officers, proportionate, stratified, and simple random sampling technique on lecturers and students. Data collection instruments, the interview guide for management staff, questionnaires for lecturers, focus group discussions for students, data analysis, quantitative data used. We used SPSS, descriptive statistics, Spearman correlation analysis, qualitative data. The results were adoption of English as a language of instruction. All teaching staff, 100% of them, agreed that the university had no policies on English as a language of instruction. Now, the country has a policy, but it has not cascaded effectively into the university itself. The study noted that the language of instruction was the real challenge in Somali National University. The challenges were experienced inside and outside the class and was causing frustrations to some students. Genesis of the problem: English language is not formally taught as a compulsory subject at primary and secondary schools nationwide. Results of internationalization: many students joining universities had poor command in English. Some students were dropping from the university due to their inability to understand English, which is used in class by some lecturers. There were no English language proficiency classes for students who had difficulties in understanding the English language. Hence, students were feeling lost, ignored, and uncared for. The senior management staff, number one, said, many students come unprepared for English-only lectures. Hence, they get frustrated in the units that are taught using English only. And that means there are times when Somali and English is mixed in class. Teaching Somali and English is mixed in class, and some teachers use Arabic and English in class. Arabic and Somali languages were dominantly used by students and teachers inside and outside the class. 84.1% of the teaching staff said that many students do not like to be taught in the English language. The students' attributes were found statistically significant. Significant in implementing English as a language of instruction at Somali National University. Testing hypothesis correlation. Key independent variables, attributes of student, Spearman correlation coefficient, 0.605, p-value 0.000, decision rejected null hypothesis, p-value is less than 0.05. Conclusion. The findings of the study indicate that the students' attributes were essential in the process of adopting English as a language of instruction at Somali National University. The interview of the university students were critical towards adopting English as a medium of instruction, as a language of instruction at Somali National University. The use of Arabic and Somali by both students and teachers inside and outside the classroom was posing a serious challenge in the implementation of English as the instructional language at SNU, Somali National University. Recommendations: Ministry of Higher Education should develop a policy that ensures learners who join universities have a background in English language by initiating suitable reforms in primary and secondary schools. The University Council and Management should use proficiency tests and classes in all universities in order to ensure that the students who join universities have basics in the English language, and those who fail should attend proficiency classes within the university. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam, for keeping time and that fantastic presentation. It's quite enlightening. So participants, for those who want to engage with Adam, you can use the public chat. So from wherever you are, Adam, you can use the public chat, yeah?
Okay.
So we still have time for questions and answers. We have a session for that. So those who may feel to want to engage only, then you can note those concerns and questions down.
I have
So
a,
thank you very much. You can pull down the presentation. Our next presenter is Jennifer. Yes. Yes,
I
Adam?
I have had a problem with the connection. I am in Somalia, a nearby village to Mogadishu.
Okay.
So I will put my email address here, and any questions. So I will be able, if I cannot access the computer, I'll be able to answer from here all the questions.
Sure. Sure. Okay. Please you can write your email address so that we can share that with the participants. And thank you very much, Adam, for taking a time all the way from Somali. Our greetings to the people of Somali.
Thank you. Thank you.
And have a good time. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. You can just go up there where there's options, see if you can click. You see down there, share screen. Or just press escape to see if you can get out of the.
Okay. I'll stop share.
Yes, stop. Yeah, please.
Thank you.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
Jennifer, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
And participants, the link is there for you to register for today. Check on the public chat.
I want it to be a little bit.
So, Jennifer.
Yes, I am.
Okay, just go to slideshow. Yes, there. From beginning, bottom, just go, yeah, there. Good. So you have exactly 12 minutes for your presentation. You may start.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I wish to start. Ladies and gentlemen, the organizers of this meeting, my name is Makero. I wish to present my findings on leadership, that is the role of leadership in influencing discretionary work effort of teachers in secondary schools in Kilo County.
Sorry, Jennifer, you're not audible. Are you having two devices which are on?
Just a minute. Let me try to sort out this.
You're not audible. We can't hear you well. Are you having two devices?
Yes, one is being shut down.
Okay, sure. Yeah, let's have one. The one that you're using to talk with, that one you can keep it on. The other one you can turn it off. Keep on talking so that you can tell you if the echo is gone.
Yes.
So you are from which part of Kenya?
I'm from Isiolo.
From Isiolo. Has it rained?
Not indeed.
A few days, yeah.
Just a minute, please. Excuse me.
So how is the weather today?
It's a delay somewhere.
Yeah, we are still receiving some echo. So which device is providing internet?
No, I'm okay.
No, we are still getting some echo. Yeah, we have some feedback from somewhere.
I think you need to mute one device and put the volume.
I'm okay, Daktari.
Okay, good. Yeah, now you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm now ready to start. I said my name is Makero Jennifer. from Isiolo, as the question has come. I'm a student at Ikemu, a PhD student at Ikemu, and my supervisors are Professor Nefat Kaduri and Dr. Beatrice Owiti. Before I say anything, I would like to say that in everything that we do, in our institutions, in our organizations, be it in celebrations or war, the success of all this depends on the effectiveness of the leadership styles practiced. A leader is best when people barely know he exists, when his work is done, his aim fulfilled, all of them will say that we have done it ourselves. So they have the ownership of it. Leadership has been widely noted as a factor that makes differences between success and failure. On the discretionary work effort, I would like to say, the extraordinary work effort is that effort an employee can give without expecting reward or recognition from the employer. It is that effort that is given without fear or favor that is considered a critical factor in today's work environment for best organization outcome. A leader, on the other hand, sorry, I'm missing something. Now, it is the act of leadership that motivates on testing
I think we have lost Jennifer, or is it our end? Yeah.
Jennifer?
It is the emotional content for the organization. Leadership in which, unlike other school environmental factors, leadership provides intellectual.
Chair, I
Yes,
think
we've
now
lost him.
we have lost Jennifer, sorry.
We've lost her, yeah.
Maybe to help to move faster, we have now a solution to share slides. We'll share them from our end. Dr. Kawila will share so that we can save on time.
Okay, sure.
Maybe we can go to the next, or we can take comments as we wait for Jennifer to come back.
Sure. Participants, please, if you have some questions for Adam and Catherine, you can raise them now. We can have some discussion as we wait for Jennifer to join. So I would request our team, our secretary, to help us put up Jennifer's presentation up so that once she joins, we're able to move over, because I'm very sure maybe it's becoming the from our side in terms of connectivity. So also would encourage
she was having problems with connectivity.
It's a kind reminder, register your attendance for this session.
There are comments for Catherine online. Catherine, may you respond, please?
Yes, thank you. The first question was asked by Dr. Sipora. And the question was on the, no, I can't see. It was on the, let me see. It was asking, however, I did not see the findings. What were the findings? I'm sorry I missed that communication when I was doing the slides, but yes, I did it. And I have the results on the correlation analysis of mobile phone calls and marital satisfaction of couples. And the results are actually showing that there was correlation is significant at 0.01 level. And that was two-tailed. And again, the correlation is significant as 0.05 level, two-tailed. And that is according to the table that I did not put on the slides. The results were showing that p-value of 0.22, that was less than 0.05. This shows a statistically significant p-value. The influence of mobile phone calls on couples, marital satisfaction. This led to rejecting the null hypothesis of the study that I had, and they concluded that the mobile phone call significantly influenced marital satisfaction among couples in Kobo Synod. And the other question was asked by Professor Wanja. A question was asking, what is the new knowledge from your study? The knowledge that I am bringing forward is actually to say the marital satisfaction is threatened owing to the infiltration by mobile device use, which has suppressed cordial communication, affection, and companionship and other interpersonal interactions. And actually this has also come out through the global studies done by Abasi 2018 that are said that the excessive use of mobile phone calls are causing detrimental on intimate marital satisfaction. So the awareness that my study is creating is on the misuse and the excessive use of mobile phone calls are causing distress to the marital satisfaction. Those were the two questions that I had. Thank you.
Catherine, so what do you recommend we should do with these phone calls?
Actually, it is in the, I said it in the recommendation that we need to educate the Christians and the general public on the seriousness or excesses that goes with the mobile phone calls, especially during family time. Professor?
Thank you, Catherine. So we can see our marriages are threatened.
Yes, that's the danger, and very much so.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much for that. Is Jennifer back? Jennifer, are you back? Are you on call? So as we wait for Jennifer, anyone with any question to Adam and Catherine?
Chair, I think Adam is not there. He dropped off. Jennifer, I can see one of her devices, but she's muted. Maybe we can move to the next presenter.
I'm here.
Then respond to the question on the chat.
Okay, okay, Adam. The floor is open for you.
Adam, you're muted.
Adam, you are muted. Eh?
Adam, you're muted. We cannot hear you.
If you have some changes, I'm unmuting yourself. Please use the public chat. You can respond using the public chat. Just type okay so that we know you will do that.
Or we are having someone else. So I missed that.
Sorry, Aki. Oh, yeah. Gosh.
Okay, Jennifer, I see
Dr.
your mic.
Dr. Mwenda.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
What happened? Hello.
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Jennifer?
What happened?
Jennifer, calm down. Don't worry.
Jennifer, please unmute yourself and
mute itself.
yeah, we can hear you now. The secretariat will help you to, display your presentation so that we're able to spare your bandwidth from your side for purposes of connectivity.
We can.
Now we can proceed. Our secretariat, Dr. Kawila.
Yes, it's already there.
The slide is already there.
Start the slideshow.
I can't.
Slideshow.
Yes. Slideshow up there. Animation.
Where is that? I don't know why it's also disappeared.
Yeah, just up there. Home, insert, design, and up. Slideshow.
Animation.
Click on slideshow.
Wait, I'm trying to look for that. Just a minute.
Unaona hapo kuna A black, A blue, A red. Hapo. Slideshow. Where there is home, insert, design, transition, animation, slideshow. Yeah, click that one.
Let me stop because I can't see what you are reading from my end. Let me stop and share again. So, sorry for that. Just a minute. Let me try and share again.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's taking a very funny shape from my end. Let me try and see. Transition and the slideshow. Then I go to from beginning, like that. That's okay.
Yes. From beginning.
We start from beginning, or which slide do I go to?
Yes, from beginning. Okay. Jennifer will direct you where there's the slide where she had reached. Yeah, from beginning.
I'm already there.
Unfortunately, it can't display from our side.
Okay, I don't know what's happened. Resume share. I don't know.
Chair, maybe we can continue this way as we sort out during the short break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jennifer, if you can hear us, go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you.
You have your time again.
Okay. Let me start projecting again.
Can you see the slides? The slides are already there, Jennifer. Don't project, just use.
Okay.
The slides are already there, so we shall move them for you. Don't worry. You do the reading.
Okay, I start from the point?
Yes, start.
Okay. I'm sorry for the mix-up. And
you have 10 minutes. Jennifer, you have 10 minutes.
It's okay. Thank you very much. But then I cannot see the slides. They are just. Let me have the slides, please.
I think it's your gadget. The slides are there. We can see them.
No, we can't see them. We can't see the presentation.
Dr. Mulira, can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see, but not the slideshow.
It's okay because we seem to be having a problem with the slideshow.
Okay, then you can go, yeah. Then page by page.
Yeah.
Okay, let me start. I also say I said that my name is Makero and I'm a student at KEMU. My supervisors are Professor Kaduri and Dr. Beatrice Owiti. And I'll move direct to the leadership introduction. I said leadership has been widely noted as a factor that makes differences between success and failure. That is according to Luciana and the Archer 2002. The extraordinary work effort is that effort that an employee can give without expecting reward or recognition from their employers. It is that effort that is given without fear or favor that is considered a critical factor in today's work environment for best organization outcome. Next slide. Leadership is an act of leading followers to make a difference in organization setting by striving to achieve set objective. Literature has identified the significant influence of leadership styles on organization growth and employees' motivation. It is a process in which the leader affects others to fulfill the defined roles of the organization. Unlike other environmental factors, leadership provides intellectual stimulations to support employees' flexibility and creativity. That is Judge 2017. Literature on 4 leadership styles was reviewed to find out their influence on teachers' discretionary work effort. All the leadership shows an influence of teachers' discretionary work effort at different levels. However, transformational leadership style displayed characteristics that focused on motivating employees to expend more work effort. That is according to Anna. Leadership is an act of working with and guiding followers to adapt strategies that focus on improving and promoting institutional well-being. It is an act that motivates employees to be more engaged in promoting organization outcomes. We can say leadership is the process of empowering people that inspires people, shares vision, and leads change in the organization outcome. However, despite several leadership styles being practiced in institutional management in Isiolo public secondary schools continue to post poor results. This prompted a study to find out the influence of leadership styles on teachers' ability to expend discretion.
Sorry, Chair, I think I lost the presenter. I don't know whether it's from my side, but I can't hear her. I don't know where she is.
I think it is hanging again.
But I can't really tell. I'm trying to struggle to figure out where she is or which slide she is in. What she's saying and what I have seems to be a bit different.
No, she's not talking anymore.
I can hear you.
Okay, we had lost you. We had
I'm
lost
talking,
you
yeah? I
for
hope I'm
maybe
being
the
heard.
last 30 seconds.
Gosh.
And which slide is she in?
I'm at the. I'm communicating, but I don't know what is wrong with this laptop.
Yeah, we are at slide number.
I'm at the result and discussion.
Yeah.
But I cannot see your slides from this side.
It's okay. Please proceed. We will follow.
Okay. I'm at the literature review. And I would say that leadership is a major factor in work environment towards building a successful transformational capacity for organization change. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. The findings show that transformational leadership style was more appropriate, despite some research suggesting that transformational leadership styles has more influence on employees' discretionary work effort. However, the study showed that a blend of different leadership styles was necessary to keep the institution moving. This article was supported by the hierarchy of needs theory. Hierarchy of needs theory proposes that individuals must achieve their expectations before higher needs, and that's Maslow 1943, cited in Morris 2017. This theory emphasizes on the principal leadership support on employees' development and self-actualization. The study was conducted in all public secondary schools in Isiolo County. The reliability of the study construct was tested using Cronbach alpha, and the value of greater than 0.7 was achieved, hence the instruments were dependable. A sample of 216 teachers, 18 principals, and 2 county directors were realized from a population of 770 individuals. Descriptive survey research design was used. Questionnaires and interview schedules were used to collect data from principals, teachers, and county directors. Piloting was done in Samburu County, 22 individuals. Result and discussions. Questionnaires were administered to both principals and teachers, while county directors were interviewed. A return rate of 85% was realized. An overall response rate of 98.3 was achieved. The study noted that 75% of the respondents were male, while 25% were female. On education level, all the respondents had the requirements needed to teach in secondary schools in Kenya. It was also evident that most organizations, including learning institutions, use level of education as a parameter for employment and indicator of person's level of productivity. The findings. All the 37 sentiments provided show the significance, yes, hello? Show the significant role played by principal leadership in motivating teachers. It was discovered that effective leadership that allows inclusion of teachers' ideas in management of institutions, involvement of teachers in decision-making, delegating powers to teachers to solve student problems, motivating them to go an extra mile at work. The findings also show that transformational leadership styles was more preferred compared to other leadership styles reviewed. All the 37 sentiments show the significant role played by the principal leadership in motivating employees' discretionary work effort at the workplace. That is inspiring, motivating, and encouraging employees to invest more work effort was found at 96.3%. Emphasizing work ethics and integrity in teaching was found at 96.0%. Provision of security was realized at 95.4%. However, 11 sentiments were viewed differently and indicated a minimal significance influence on teachers' discretionary work effort, with the lowest at 6.9%. Indication of the extent to which leadership is paramount to organization success was therefore conspicuously seen in the 37 sentiments shown. Conclusion. There was emphasis on the importance role played by leadership styles in motivating employees' discretionary work effort. Most respondents highlighted the importance of a leadership style to support teachers' discretionary work effort in order to induce their loyalty and commitment. The study also emphasized on the importance of leadership in guiding and directing teachers in achieving best outcome. The recommendations. Principal and the teachers should practice a tradition of values and characteristics that support teachers' job characteristics and build a supportive organization's factors. Principals and other stakeholders should nurture values and habits that bring about motivation and morale to influence teachers' discretionary work effort necessary for the best school outcome. Application of more than one leadership style was also emphasized depending on the situation, on the school situation on the ground. I would say, become the kind of a leader that people would follow voluntarily, even if you had no title or position. That's according to Brian Transit. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for keeping time. I appreciate all the presenters, especially for keeping time, and also for these quite, contributions towards the body of knowledge in the various disciplines. This is, we're going to our final of the first session, and we want to have some discussions. So other participants, now the floor is yours. You may ask all the three presenters or a presenter a question, or maybe if you feel you want to contribute towards their work, the floor is open for you. Any question to Catherine, Adam, and Jennifer?
Yeah, I was interested in the mobile phone and marriage. And I had a question. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard, Dr. Kawila.
Yes, I had the question to the presenter on maybe what would solve that issue of mobile technology and family and marriages insecurity, because sometimes also it has a lot of work issues that you have to handle even at home, especially if you're dealing with very sensitive work situations. What is the recommendation that she had for that? Because I think some calls that are made during wee hours could be related to work, purely work. And maybe some jobs are sensitive. I can imagine during the election, for example, the chair of IEBC, he had to pick some calls maybe at some point. Then how would you handle those kind of situations? Thank you.
Catherine?
I think Catherine left.
Catherine Mutua.
Catherine is not in the meeting.
She's not there.
Jennifer, there's a question for you in the chat.
Yes, I've seen it, Professor. The question is, how do I measure discretionary work effort? Discretionary work effort is all about feelings and emotions and the commitment of an employee at work. And this one was expressed in the questionnaires as they were expressing how they would feel about this and how they would do about this and what was best for them. So I collected all those things and they were measured through themes and also through tables.
Okay, Adam, is now your speaker back? Are you able to unmute? So participants, if you don't have any other question, we need now to take a healthy break. However, you can still interact with the three presenters on the public chat. Adam told us that he's in Somalia. So in case you have any question, if he's not found online, you can get him on oisria@hotmail.com. You can get his email on the public chat. That is the email to Adam Oisri. There you have his email. So if you really need to get in touch with him, then you can ask him more questions. He'll give you feedback. So I see our time has reached for us to have a healthy break. So we will have a health break up to 10:40 East African time. And enjoy your, thank you.
safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele zako. Niumbie moyo safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele. Niumbie Baba, niumbie moyo safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele zako. Baba, niumbie moyo safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele. Nisikilize Yawe, niumbie moyo safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele. Daudi akasema, niumbie moyo safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele zako. Niumbie moyo safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele zako. Niumbie moyo safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele. Niumbie Baba, niumbie moyo safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele. Niwapende wanadamu, niumbie moyo safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele. Niumbie Yawe, niumbie moyo safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele. Niumbie Yawe, niumbie moyo safi, niumbie moyo mpya, moyo wa kunyenyekea na kubondeka mbele zako. Roho Mtakatifu, hakuna kama wewe. Roho wake Kristo, hakuna kama wewe. Roho So please welcome my wonderful ministry friend, Gloria Muliro. Uliwalinda Waisraeli kule jangwani, ukamtoa Danieli kutoka tundu la simba. Wewe huwainua na wanyonge siku zote, watuepusha na hatari kila siku. Usifiwe.
Okay. Welcome back to our second session for this morning. And I want to know if the following presenters are on call: Isaac, Reverend Kennedy, Reverend Kenneth.
Yes, I am, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isaac, are you there? Isaac
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Mr. Munene, Ishobi?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Secretariat, we can put up a presentation for Isaac. Or Isaac, you want to do the presentation yourself?
Kindly assist me.
Okay.
Do it from that side.
Dr. Carol Kawila, are you there?
Prof, okay, thank you. Isaac, you have 12 minutes. You may start your presentation now. You are muted.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Through the chair, good morning, everyone. My name is Isaac Mwiruri. And my topic was African e-cultural enterprise, where we are focusing on faith, practice, through discussing a generational gap in Nairobi metropolitan. For the sake of this study, we started our study within the Dagoretti constituencies. There is North and South. Basically, if you read through the introduction, we are talking about this study began at around 2018, but then it was interrupted for 2 years by COVID-19. But basically, what we are looking at is how we arrive at leaders, professionals, and people whom we believe have made it in this modern society. These discussions were necessitated by, if we go to the next slide, were necessitated through a discussion where elders, selected elders within the Dagoretti, were becoming concerned, and their view of the youths was that they are delinquent. And the study seeks to try and have a dialogue between these generations. The generation that we've called the baby boomers, we are using American definition of generations, and the millennials. And so we thought there is a misunderstanding between the two generations, and there is a conflict. And so we are seeking to address that generational gap that brings conflict. One thing which I think it's a public knowledge in our country is that some of the systems of the modern society are not working. For example, those who make it to higher education learning, there is a good sizable number of them who are jobless. That is one indication of failure. Another area of failure through the modern systems is the economic area. And with this regard, we are looking at the transition from the traditional mode of economic practice, the African tradition mode of economic practice, and the modern one, and also how people acquired knowledge. It is different. Before, it was an open system where everybody was entitled, but today it is who can afford what. And so it is a contradiction because we are trying to address inequality, but our systems are really designed to bring about the inequality that we keep on complaining about. So we thought through the COVID-19 experience, we are looking at how the society was impacted, and institutions were closed and people reverted back home. And so we are looking at the family as the point or the major platform of a transitional leadership, and also a point where we can be able to manage the transition from African traditionalism to modern state society. So we are looking at the skills which are actually the acquisition of knowledge through schools, and talent, which are natural, so that we can try to gap the inequality gap. So the two groups are mainly, unfortunately, male-dominated. The elders, the group of the elders is called the Karandini Men Association in Dagoretti, and there's the Dagoretti North and South Youth Welfare Forum. The next slide is basically about the introduction. We are looking at the history of Dagoretti, and there was something that was crafted by the Agikuyu community that stayed there. Sorry?
Okay, let me just talk to our secretariat. We've lost the presentation from our side.
Oh, sorry.
Professor Wanja.
Okay, we had lost power. Let me share it again.
Very well. So basically, we are looking at the historical background of Dagoretti, where I was saying the communities that lived there, which include the Agikuyu, the Dorobo, the Maasais, and the others. There was a concern of almost the same magnitude. And the elders back then gave a clarion call that was called Karingaism. And this Karingaism was basically calling back people to rethink their society because of the intermarriages that were happening, and there was fear of loss of identity. And so basically, where there was a transition from that society to modern national state society, the history of Kenya attest that there was a lot of oppression and there was coercion for Africans to transition from their traditions to new civilization. Actually, if you go to the next slide, there were people, other leaders who were before us in Dagoretti who have done an extensive research. It is one that we are using as the main source. And you can see names of the district officers who have served in Dagoretti since the nationhood, state nationhood society began after independence. And so if we go to the next slide, where we have talked about the generational gap, which we are discussing. And we had said, unfortunately, the group is male dominated, both the youths and the male, simply because these men are those elders who are holding on to the tradition, and they still hold on to the value of male taking responsibilities of young men to groom them and to become responsible people. But through our studies, we had a meeting in August. We decided we shall do an interview, at least for the other gender, so that at least we can bring the idea of equality at par and give a level playing field. So our result from that is that we shall be having a separate meeting now between the youths, and we are going also to bring in the women. If you go to the next slide. So I think I've touched on the purpose, but we can go through. We intend to introduce a theory. An e-cultural practice is a new phenomenon that arose from our meetings with the youths, and especially those who are tech savvy. And in my background as a social entrepreneur, I thought that if we had these two approaches, we'll be able to bridge the gap and also give more opportunities where the modern society systems have failed to do so. And so we are hoping also to attain a formulation of a unicircular cultural approach, which now includes the experience of the modern society, men and women, with regard to global village and the geopolitics of the world today, which includes even the economy and so on and so forth. So there are theories that we are going to rely on, or we are relying on, like the social entrepreneurship, the African social African psychology, the education theories, and also the tech theories. We have really not yet settled on a specific one, but these are the ones that we have laid. And so basically, for now, you can be able to tell that this study is a qualitative one. If we move to the next study, next slide, sorry. It's all about the millennials. I think we have talked about the millennials. These are people who were born between 1980 and 2000. But for us, we have extended to until 2010. We have also looked at the Generation Z. This is the next generation, and also Generation X. So some of the topics that were suggested were especially about family, the changing of language, the changing of family. The familyhood definition has changed. And today we talk about household instead of family. And also language. Language is changing. A lot of youths today do not really talk their mother tongue. And of course, there is a great influence on Shen. And the society is basically changing. If you go to the next slide, move to the next one. Yes, thank you. We are also looking at the social structure because in our estimation, we think that the system is
So for the, Prof, let us pause a bit. I think Isaac has lost connection. So
Yes.
Mercy Goki and Simwatha, kindly mute. Mercy Egoki and Simwatha. Christine Mwatha, one of your devices open, is not muted. Thank you. Mercy Egoki, kindly mute. Thank you. So let us wait for Isaac to join
Hello,
us.
it's muted, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can proceed, Isaac. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. And so we are talking about our professionalism is grappling with the question of ethics, and so this is one of the indication which we took to estimate that the success stories that we hear about are actually need to be solidified. If we move to the next slide, where we look at education. But basically, education means a different thing. And because we are coming from a non-formal platform, we prefer, and if you look at our full paper, we are deviating from using education and educational system and approaches, but we are really leaning towards learning because it is a conglomerate of different experience that people will be sharing for us to form a content of trying to give opportunities to others. And so religion and culture, because they are also learned, they form the basis of this research, whereby also the meaning of culture and religion has changed. And also there's a lot of debate about whether there is a culture without religion or religion without a culture. And so for us, we settled on the same. Culture is the outwardness, the expression of one's worldview, and religion is the inward expression. If we move to the next slide, another topic of discussion which was suggested was gender, sexuality, and environmental issues.
Try and sum up.
Yes.
20 seconds.
So we are also, our strategy is moving to the gaming, video gaming, whereby we're going to use a lot of digital marketing and digital experience for us to bridge the gap. And so our findings is that behavioral and conditional theories study content which humans are taught to achieve an objective is not really purposefully theirs. So that is another component of human behavior and conditioning that we are going to look at because we seek to transform the society. So our conclusion is that the e-culture, we want the e-culture to become an outcome variable of the set preconditions to retrieve past lessons and also to help people understand their culture and religion. And we recommend that we continue with this study because it is an ongoing study. And so we are also looking for partners who may wish to come in, and also more because we are starting from Dagoretti, moving towards the Nairobi metropolitan. So it's a study that has a wider scope in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Next is Reverend Ken Geteya. So for those who have questions, we have a question and answer session. We have a discussion session after the 3 presenters. However, if you feel you are pressed in terms of questions, you can't wait. You can interact with Isaac on our public chat. Thank you. Reverend Geteya.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I've shared my screen. I hope it is visible from your end.
Yes, it is. You will go to slideshow. Pale juu kabisa,
Okay.
where you see home insert design. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you
Yeah.
very
So thank you very much, Chair. As you have said, my name is Reverend Ken Ite, candidate in PhD, candidate in counseling psychology PhD program. My topic is the effect of language-based learning disabilities on vulnerability to depression among adolescents in secondary schools in Meru County, Kenya. And I want to most sincerely thank my supervisors, Dr. Peter Mweti and Esther Duba, who have been very instrumental in coming up with this work. Language-based learning disabilities are cognitive deficits that can affect skills such as listening, reasoning, speaking, reading, writing, and math calculations. It is also associated with movement, coordination, and direct attention. And these disabilities are quite common and rampant both in developing countries and globally in developed countries. The ideal situation at adolescence, it is expected that families, communities, and schools should be able to offer an enabling environment, support adolescents who are experiencing language-based learning disabilities, and be able to support them appropriately and as well as respond to them. Unfortunately, that is not the case. And many adolescents, especially in where this study was conducted, continues to suffer the brunt of unidentified and responded to language-based learning disabilities, which ultimately leads to mental health disorders, especially depression. The purpose of this study was to investigate effect of language-based learning disability on vulnerability to depression among adolescents in secondary schools in Meru County, Kenya. The hypothesis for the study was that language-based learning disabilities have no statistically significant effect on vulnerability to depression among adolescents in secondary schools in Meru County, Kenya. The scope of the study was that the study was conducted in Meru County in secondary schools, and it is hoped that this study would be very significant in various levels and also various stakeholders, including the Ministry of Education, secondary schools, parents, teachers, and students who are peers to the target population. Language-based learning disabilities, a gap, that is the literature review. This study was reviewed based on the gaps in language-based learning disabilities. And cognitive theory guided this study. On methodology, this study was conducted in Meru County, and it utilized descriptive research design, a target of 389 secondary schools in Meru County. The sampled population included secondary schools that were sampled using a proportionate stratified sampling method to obtain 27 secondary schools. That is 3 secondary schools in every sub-county, because Meru County has 9 sub-counties, to give us a boys' school, a girls' school, and a mixed-day secondary school. The respondents were 27 principals or their deputies, 27 guidance and counseling teachers who were selected using purposive sampling method. It also included 90 English teachers and 86 mathematics teachers, as well as 96 students who were sampled using purposive sampling method that was critical to those who had cognitive deficits and specifically language-based learning disabilities. The study was the study tools, the research data collection tools were pre-tested in Tharaka County, and for reliability, reliability for the interview guide was at 0.827. For teachers' questionnaires, it was at 0.849, and Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test, it was at 0.93, and student questionnaires was at 0.871. Content, criterion, phase, and construct validity was mentioned, and SPSS version 24 was used to analyze the data. Findings are presented in this study using tables and also using explanations. Linear multiple regression analysis were also used in this study to determine the connection between variables. All ethical considerations were followed, duly followed in getting approvals, in also receiving consent from the participants, as well as in the data collection and processing and storage processes. A total of 54 guidance and counseling teachers, as well as the principals or their deputies, were interviewed. 176 teachers responded to questionnaires. 297 students also responded to questionnaires. Response rate was at 87% for interviews, 82% for teacher questionnaires, and 80% for student questionnaires. Normality, this is in the diagnostic findings. Language-based learning disability was at 0.450. Linearity was at 0.252. Multicollinearity test, language-based learning disability, and a tolerance and variance inflation factor of 0.559. Therefore, since the tolerance rate levels were above 0.05 and VIF at below 5, the data did not have a multicollinearity problem. Autocorrelation, Dab and Watson, was at 1.595, and therefore it was between 0 to 2, indicating positive correlation. MOCA test was at 74%. Students who took this test failed to reach the minimum threshold. For one to qualify for the next level, they had to score below 26. A score of below 26 in MOCA assessment test indicated that the learner or the student suffered from language-based learning disabilities. On depression, related to depression, majority, that is 87% of mathematics and English teachers strongly agreed that temporary loss of memory causes students not to perform their normal daily activities. Related to depression among students, most students complained about hand examinations as well as learning conditions and programs in school. On vulnerability to depression, it was found out that depression continues to cause various challenges amongst learners, including low academic performance, withdrawal from co-curricular activities, isolation, suicidal ideations, and even sometimes completed or successful suicide cases. It was also further found out that 86% of mathematics and English teachers agreed that there are schools and conducive environment and learning friendly teaching and staff who would influence early correction and treatment of language-based learning amongst adolescents. For the interview guide, the results indicating that the students who had language-based learning disability impairment and challenges such as low self-esteem and such. On questionnaire findings, majority, that is 86% of mathematics and English teachers strongly agreed that their schools and conducive learning environment. So basically this showing that there was a big problem that was identified in schools. Hypothesis testing on regression analysis, the p-value was below 0.05, and this led to the rejection of the null hypothesis. We proceed. This is a testing of the overall model results, and the conclusion of the study is that this study concluded that language-based learning disabilities have significant effect on vulnerability to depression among adolescents in secondary schools in Meru County, Kenya. The conclusion further reveals that the schools lack adequate resources, skilled psychotherapists and personnel to establish and also to respond to those disabilities. Recommendations based on the conclusions include that the schools should be able to come up with programs and interventions, including appropriate staff or personnel to be able to identify and support learners with language-based learning disabilities so that they can be able to go about their studies and also developmental tasks in this stage without serious negative implications. The Minister of Education should also ensure that there is a appropriate staffing, including having psychologists and people who can be able to help learners with language-based learning disabilities, and also appropriate policy framework to respond to those issues. Value of this study to practice, I have developed a model that would be used by schools and other stakeholders to be able to identify students with the challenges early enough and also be able to support them. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much for that quite constructive presentation and also keeping time. Members, if you want to engage Reverend Kiteye, or you can call him in Kimeru Geteje, I don't think he will mind. Please engage him on the public chat. So our next presenter is Peter. As Peter sets up, after Peter, we will have a session of around 20 minutes for discussion. If possibly you want to interact with them verbally, then there is a session for you. However, if you feel that you want to interact with them further, please feel free. You can use the public chat for further discussions. Mr. Munene, I see you're there.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Munene Gichobi, student in Kemu University. Supervisors are Dr. Severina Murichia and Dr. Lucy Ike. My topic is influence of resource management on promotion of child-friendly schools model in public primary schools in Meru County, Kenya. Let me go straight to introduction.
Are you sharing your slides?
Please, Prof, do share.
I thought I've shared, Prof.
Prof was asking, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see them. Can you see them, Chair?
Yes, we can. Please.
Thank you. Let me go straight to introduction. I'm discussing about effective management of education resources in ensuring that resources are aligned to students' learning needs. Meaningful school management should focus on practices that help all students achieve their rights to basic education, enhance their health and well-being, as well as promote safety and protection in the learning environment, as envisioned in the child-friendly schools framework. Despite continued advocacy for the quality education for all children, bad leadership practices result in poor resource management and slow implementation of child-friendly schools model in many counties. If you look at child-friendly schools should be gender sensitive and put in place approaches that enhance provision of clean water and maintenance of facilities such as classrooms to one's safe learning environment. Maintenance of water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities has been found to improve students' hygiene behaviors and lower diseases among students. These are diseases like cholera, diarrhea, only to mention a few. Lack of approaches to promotion of child-friendly schools can result to unfriendly learning environment and negative learning experiences. The study sought to determine the influence of resource management on promotion of child-friendly schools model in public primary schools in Meru County, Kenya. Let me go straight to the objective of the study. The objective of this study was to establish the influence of resource management on promotion of child-friendly schools model in public primary schools in Meru County. Which are my research hypotheses? The following null hypothesis was advanced. Resource management has no statistically significant influence on promotion of child-friendly schools model in public primary schools in Meru County. Materials and methods. I used research design, that is correlation research design with mixed method approach. Population was 6,814 individuals, comprising of 5,520 teachers in the whole county, 647 head teachers, and 647 boards of management, BOM chairmen or representatives. Sample, I used 378 participants selected through Sloving's formula. Theoretical framework, this research was guided by two theories, transformational leadership theory by Barnes, 1978, and open system theory by Cass and Kahn, 1978. We used instrument that is questionnaires and interview guides. Data analysis techniques, which was used was descriptive statistics. This include frequency distribution, dispersion of variance. In differential statistics, I used simple linear regression, qualitative analysis, that is where the matrix content analysis was used. Let's go to results. Agreement levels of resource management rating scores. You can see there agreement levels. We have the frequency and the valid percentage. For the low frequency was 117, percentage was 40.6. High, it was 171, resulting to 59.4%, totaling to 288. The percentage is 100. Now let me continue with the results, and I'll start by saying this. Majority, that is 59.4% of the participants rated the influence of resource management on promotion of child-friendly schools with high agreement levels, while only 40.6% reported low agreement levels. The measure on whether maintaining records on learners' attendance improved pupils' attendance rate received the highest mean score of 4.50. The measure on whether establishment of school projects for earning additional income enhanced gender sensitivity spaces and the lowest mean score of 3.94. Continuing the result. This is the correlation matrix for resource management and promotion of child-friendly schools, which has been explained there, the Pearson correlation, which is two-tailed, and the figures are given. The results indicate that a weak but statistically significant negative relationship was established between resource management and promotion of child-friendly schools model, as per the scores there. The null hypothesis that was advanced earlier, that resource management had no statistically significant influence on promotion of child-friendly schools, was rejected. That shows that it had the influence, or it has the effects. The results imply that while the relationship between the resource management and promotion of child-friendly schools is statistically significant, such relationship is also minimal. On the other hand, it can be inferred that an increase in the value of resource management and minimal negative influence on promotion of child-friendly schools model. This may be explained by situations where resources are poorly managed. Issues about budgeting, giving priority to projects are not engaged, resulting to little or negative impact in the realization of child-friendly schools. The qualitative results refute that aspect of resource management, such as budgeting and monitoring of budgetary plans, play a pivotal role in promotion of child-friendly schools model. That means schools must make sure that they ensure budgeting and monitoring of budgetary plans are done. Qualitative results revealed that budget process enhances financial accountability, helping schools in effective actualization of strategic goals. Income generating activities, IGAs, such as coffee farming, planting of napier grass in Meru, and many others contribute to provision of safe and secure and healthy learning environment. IGAs such as coffee plantations, napier grass, which I've mentioned, among others, contributed extra income to incentive, such as feeding programs. You find that in part of Meru, there are areas which are arid, and learners have a lot of challenge when it comes to feeding due to drought. So we advocate for feeding programs.
Peter?
Yes.
Peter, we have lost you for a second.
Sorry, let me repeat the statement. I'm saying I was discussing about the income generating activities, and I was saying in Meru County, mostly we emphasize on coffee plantation, planting of coffee in schools, napier grass, among others. This one brings act as incentives such as feeding programs and teachers' professional development activities. Although inferential statistics showed a weak and minimal influence of resource management on promotion of child-friendly schools model, a quantitative and qualitative findings established the existence of an association between the two variables. That means there was a big relationship between the two variables. Let me go to conclusion. The study concluded that prudent management of school resources played an important role in promotion of child-friendly schools model. It was also concluded that maintenance of school attendance records, like the class registers, helped learners understand attendance behavior. In collaboration with the parents, teachers could address any challenges affecting pupils' attendance. It was also concluded that raising of additional resources through income generating activities, which I've explained earlier, contributed to the maintenance of physical resources, such as water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. You find that some of the classes are dilapidated, and these are some of the resources which can be used for renovations and maintenance. Recommendations. This study recommends that school leaderships need to identify challenges affecting optimal resources management towards realization of child-friendly learning environment. This could be achieved by enhancing financial accountability through proper budgeting processes and internal and external evaluation and monitoring systems. A similar study with a larger population may be carried out in the same locale in the future to establish whether different results may be achieved. Finally, future standards may be replicated in other counties to establish whether similar results may be achieved. Thank you for listening to me. That is the end of my presentation.
Wow, thank you very much, Peter, for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Quite constructive, and you're right on time.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Now, members, we are getting to our next session, which is discussion. So we have 20 minutes of discussion. However, I see there's quite some interaction on the public chat. Maybe our rapporteur, Dr. Kawila, if you're there, would you help me engage the presenters and the participants on what has been posted on the public chat, so that we are able to gain? Maybe not everyone has access to the public chat.
Okay.
Okay.
So I have a few questions, I think, for Isaac. Not for Isaac, the question is this a review or primary research? Maybe you can answer that. And also, how many respondents did you have? And the key findings of your study. Isaac. Is Isaac there? Is Isaac there? Hello?
It looks like we lost Isaac.
Okay.
He is there.
He's there. Oh,
He is
Isaac.
there, yeah. That should be Isaac Mirori. He is there.
Yes, Isaac Mirori.
Yes, sorry, had stepped out. So I had tried to answer the chat. It is a primary study. Hello?
Yes, we can hear. Yeah.
Yes, it is a primary study.
And what were the key findings of your study?
The findings is because we are looking at innovation and how talent can be tapped as a skill. We found that the educational system gives little space for talent growth and development for the inward person to become a person who is formed from for market, for job market, and also the personal skill as a product of developing a national state. So this is what we found, and also the educational system is purely conditioning other than a behavioral. It does not promote behavior of human personal experience. So we had, like I said, because this is a focus group discussion study, largely, we usually have 40 elders from Dagoretti and 27 youths, but we also interviewed around 30 women so that at least we can try and bring the balance, because most of the time the ladies are not in our meetings.
Okay. So what is your key recommendation? Just one? That we can move.
So now the recommendation is, at the moment we are developing a digital system through our website, www.imunza.org. And we are also inviting other partners, because the talent market or the creative market that we are looking at for us to provide opportunity and information really deals with the digital space, like, for example, the gaming, the film industry, like even entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship really depends on the Android mobile applications. And so this kind of development is capital intensive. And so because it talks to the generational shift, which is can also be interpreted as a cultural shift into the digital space for the digital market. I don't know whether I'm clear.
You are.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did you say that mostly women are not involved in these innovations, or what did you say?
Yes. The elders whom we have dialogue with, they take that African cultural aspect of men grooming young men, and so women are not usually there. So we later go back to the ground, and we do interview separately of the women with regard to the topics that we usually have. Okay. That's one biasness.
Yes.
Yes. As we are trying to bring equality, it's one biasness that we have to deal with. But the most important thing is getting the African cultural knowledge, so that at least we can impart to the next generation, and they can use that through the modern state society and through the digital space.
Thank you. I think Prof. Wanja's hand is up. Maybe. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you. Prof. Wanja.
Maybe just to follow up on Isaac, it's not easy to follow your thoughts. You seem to have a good study, but very difficult to follow what you're doing. Who was your primary respondent? Was it the elders or the youth or the women? It's not clear.
Yes,
And collector,
sorry.
you keep saying we will do, we did, we shall do.
Yes, it's an ongoing study, and personally, I'm standing as a mediator between the two gaps, because I'm offering a technical support to bridge this gap, and the we is now because we do it together with the elders and the youth, the two groups. Basically, I'm the one who facilitates for the meetings, and they come up with the topics and we discuss topic by topic. So it's an ongoing study.
Your primary respondent is the youth or the elders?
The two groups.
And it's
because
purely...
yes, they are defined by their ages. So the youths and the elders. It's more of a comparative study.
Yeah, you're not, it's not very clear, but maybe in your future, you need to shape it so that people can follow what you're really looking at, because I didn't see the e-cultural enterprise.
Yes.
In your presentation, it never came out. The issue of faith. You talk
Yes,
about culture, you talk about faith, but it's not very clear how you are bringing all these issues together and the conclusions that you're giving us.
Yes,
You don't need
we're
to
also hoping.
But it's something we need to think about in your future, even in your write-up, that you have a lot of content, but it's not easy for your reader to follow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the chair.
Thank you. I'm holding on for the chair for a few more questions. And the question is Ken in? Just to confirm so that I don't ask a question.
Yes, I'm here, Dr.
Yes, now you have a few questions. One is how did you, what was the level of depression among adolescents in Meru County? That's one. And I think you can follow that by also answering how you are able to control the causes of depression. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Due to the unique nature of my respondents, that is the students or adolescents experiencing cognitive deficits, compounded by the post-COVID-19 stringent measures which affected so many people, including adolescents. The levels were quite high at 47% of those who responded. However, if this study was possibly to be done, targeting different category of people, possibly that would be different. But that was the case in this study. How did I control for causes of depression? Again, since this was not an experimental study, responses were purely based on the respondents' answers and the responses that were given to through the questionnaires that were administered to them. So I think that is what I would say for now. And those were my two questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We can go to Peter. Peter, is Peter in? If there are further questions for Ken, we can follow up on email. Is Peter in?
Yes, Peter is in. I'm in, madam.
Yes, Peter, we have, a few questions for you. One is that you had a total of 378 respondents, yet your tool says the agreement level was with 288. Maybe you can respond to what happened and then how you are able to manage or to measure resource management and which resources did you measure? And there's also a concern with your statistics whereby there's a negative 0.22. Maybe you need to explain to us what happened and whether the p-value, what it was all about. Maybe you can answer to those ones. Thank you.
let me start by this one, where you are asking what we were to measure. We were to measure in the management of resources. We are to measure the proper maintenance of instruction materials. That is one. Also interested with income generating activities, which I explained. And I was also to measure the maintenance of the school infrastructure, and also issues about decision-making, how the accountability of the resources. Those are the issues I was measuring in the management of the resources. The other thing you have also asked is about the theories, how the two theories contributed. One is the transformational theory, and the other one is organization theory. The first one is in transformation theory. This is where you inspire members and gain trust in coordination, communication, and having strategies to manage the institution. In the organization theory, this is where you give roles and responsibilities. You organize, you have systems which can organize an institution for it to be well governed. This is how the two theories has helped me in the study.
Thank you, Peter. Did you explain about the statistics? I think I missed that.
Hello? Hello?
What? Yes.
Hello?
You were to mention something to do with the p-value.
Yes.
So your statistic, which is a concern, negative 0.22.
Yes.
What do you have to say about? Sorry, I think we lost Peter, or he's muted. I think I would want to, maybe Peter can answer that in the chat. We can by me to the chair. The chair, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah.
And I see you are doing well. And thank you for holding for me. We have maybe some 5 minutes too. And if we don't have any other question, members, participants, you can allow me, we proceed to the second session.
Yes, a good idea.
Okay, yeah, okay, good. Mercy, Esther, Agnes, are you there?
I am there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Esther, I'm there. Thank you.
Fantastic. Agnes, Bakari?
Agnes is there.
Fantastic. Very good. So we can start with Mercy.
Thank you very much. Allow me to share.
Okay, please feel free. Very good. You have 12 minutes of your presentation, okay?
All right.
All right.
Thank you for the opportunity to share. My name is Mercy Igoki. Like you have mentioned, I'm happy to be here, and thank you very much for the opportunity to do this. Now, the study is about the student mobility in Kenya's private universities, an assessment of the effect of universities' customer care services. Now, as part of the introduction, the longevity of a business relies on the satisfaction of its customers, that the customer service is perhaps one of the critical factors that provide the management of an educational institution with a competitive advantage, as said by Wahab in 2016. Today's students are conscious of their rights and consequently demand services just as they would in commercial engagements. And of course, I'm sure all of us have witnessed that today's students are aware of their rights and they will demand by all means. Yet, most higher education institutions emphasize on producing graduates rather than the process of upright customer service. That was said by Tuban and us in 2015. Customer relationship management is an important tool in higher learning institutions and administration, and that was said by John in 2015. As part of the statement, the problem, the ideal student is that the country has witnessed a considerable number of government and privately sponsored students preferring to transfer from one university to another. While studies on student mobility have been carried out in Kenya, none had explored the determinants for the mobility in a regulated environment. Moreover, the majority of international research and only looked at the international mobility of students, hence creating a gap in order that the present study seeks to fill. But nevertheless, the current situation is that while past studies have examined cross-border mobility in detail and provided crucial insights to university admissions offices, the lack of studies on international mobility deny universities the necessary insights into the pertinent issues that will not only make them competitive, but also prove value for establishment. Kenya has witnessed a considerable number of students transfers from one university to another, thanks to academic credit transfers. And according to Marcus 2016 and Jogona 2013 and Wodegias 2015, that shows that students' mobility is informed by institutional, socio-economic, and personal factors. Kimberly Potok finds in 2015 finds that when students transfer, they stand to leave behind people and places they already know and are familiar with, thus hindering personal development. Now, the purpose of my study, therefore, was to critically analyze determinants for the mobility of students in private universities in Nairobi, Kenya, with a view to reducing students' mobility. And the aim of the paper is to establish how customer care services in private universities influence students' mobility. Now, as part of my hypothesis, the hypothesis was institutions' customer care services significantly influence student mobility. That is, there is massive student inter-university mobility. This mobility is predominant in private university, and that student mobility is driven by customer care services of the receiving university. The researcher and this methodology, the researcher philosophy was a positivist paradigm, and the research approach was mixed methods. The design was descriptive survey design. The location was done in Nairobi County, and the targeted population was the private university students. The researcher used multi-stage sampling at various stages. At the beginning, private universities were purposeful sampling. And then we had the three categories of the private universities, that is the faith-based, church-sponsored and privately sponsored, which was done, the category was done using the stratified technique. And then we had the simple random sampling, which was done by the various registrars as they got the students to fill in this the questionnaire. The data correction tools were the questionnaire that was filled by the students. Then we had the interview guide that was done by the registrar. The data analysis that was adopted was descriptive statistics and linear regression. Then the validity was that the experts were, in this case, the supervisors came in handy, and the reliability was tested by the fact that a pilot study was done using five students in a school, in a university that was not one of them, and using Crotchbus alpha was found to be 0.751, meaning that the instrument was reliable. Now, the researcher used three theoretical framework, that is the human capital theory, the push-pull model, and the integration theory. Like earlier mentioned, the universities were categorized in three: the faith-based, church-sponsored, and privately sponsored. And like you can see there, from the faith-based study of 42 students was done, 62 in the church and private was 76. Now, as earlier mentioned, the objective was to establish a relationship between customer care services and student mobility. Now, in the questionnaire, some statements were done, and the responses were, as you can see there, the statements were 7 of them. And in the first statement, there's a functional student portal in the university. The mean was calculated and the mean was coming to 4.30. The standard deviation was coming to 0.75. And you can see all through down to the last one, which is the staff at the university are approachable to me, that is according to the student. The mean there was 4.23 and the standard deviation was 0.80. Now, the overall, most students agreed that customer care is associated with the student mobility with the above average. The mean was 3.79 and the standard deviation of 0.68. The highest rated item was availability of a functional student portal, which had a mean of 4.30 and a standard deviation of 0.75, with the least being a quick response to students' issues at a mean of 3.12 and standard deviation of 1.28. Now, the ratings were analyzed, and like you can see there, as you can see there, the student ratings of perceived quality of the customer care services in their university between 1 to 1.99 and a frequency of 1, that makes a percentage of 0.6%. That goes all the way down to 4 to 5, which had a frequency of 68, that making a percentage of 41.2%. Note that the ratings were between 1 to 5. Overall rating on a scale of 1 to 5 was a mean of 3.79 with a standard deviation of 0.68. Now, one registrar from a private sponsored private university in Nairobi explained that poor customer service is a major reason why most students are preferring to exit from their current institutions and get placed in other institutions. Students are very active on the internet and are able to know what is happening else in other institutions through social media. Due to this exposure, students normally demand high quality customers care services, which is equivalent to what is offered in other universities that they have benchmarked on. The end result is massive transfers when an institution is very rigid in meeting the requirements of high customer service. Now, an hypothesis was tested. The hypothesis was tested with the influence of customer care services on the students' mobility in private universities. Now, the students, the responses were supposed to be on willingness to transfer and unwillingness to transfer. And like you can see there on the table, various values were calculated, coefficients, and we have standard deviation, we have a chi-square, and this model was found to be good in that the likelihood ratio chi-square value was 25.74 with a probability of 0.000. Model parameters, normally the independent variable and the constant, are jointly significant at 5%. Now, the pseudo R squared of 0.153 implies that about 15.3% of the students' willingness to transfer from one private university to another could be attributed to customer care services, which is our independent variable. And of course, the customer care significantly influences their willingness to transfer with a probability, with a P of 0.000. Now, the conclusion is that the coefficient of a customer care service, which is negative 1.597, was statistically significant at a 5% level. And the null hypothesis, customer care services do not significantly influence student mobility in private universities in Nairobi County in Kenya, was rejected. Therefore, the customer care services significantly influences students' mobility in private universities in Nairobi, Kenya. Now, the conclusion of this is that, quoting one of the registrars, poor customer service is a major reason most students prefer to leave their current institutions and get placed in other institutions. This was from the personal communication as interviewed, as one registrar was interviewed. And what is the recommendation of from this study? The marketing departments of universities should invest more in customer care services as a way of promoting their respective universities to prospective students. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate also you've kept your time, and thank you very much for this very constructive presentation, Mercy. And I would want members, I see already some have already started engaging you on the public chat. We will have a session for discussion. However, if you feel you need to interact directly with the Mercy, kindly do that on the public chat. Otherwise, Mercy, thank you very much. Next is, let me get to that page, sorry. Our next presenter is Esther. Esther Cario Ntombirido. Esther, are you there? Ah, yes, I see you are there. Good. You want us to upload for you? Okay. Yeah.
Hello, members.
Just
I
go
hope
to
I'm audible.
slideshow. Yes, you are. Just go to slideshow.
Hello.
Same. You see home. Do you see home? Then go to the left from home.
Where?
Insert, design, transition, animation, slideshow.
Doc, you are not audible.
I'm not audible.
I can't hear you well.
Oh my, then there's
Oh,
a
no,
problem.
I think Esther, you have a problem. We can hear Daktari very well.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Then just go to slideshow. At the top, where there is home, insert. At the top, you see red, there is something written, red flag, file. At the top.
Yeah.
You see there is file at the extreme
File,
left top.
yes.
There's home, insert, design, animation, slideshow. Click on slideshow.
Next.
Slideshow. Proceed still to the right.
Participants. I can't see it, Doc.
Oh, you can't see slideshow. What can you see from your screen? Tell me what you can see.
I can see home, insert, design. From there is some black blockage, which is showing mute video.
Oh my.
How can I remove this one?
Are you using a phone or you are using
I'm using a laptop.
A PC. Yeah?
May I go to this one?
Yes,
Slideshow.
Yes, there. Begin.
Yeah.
From begin, yes.
From the beginning.
Yes.
I'm okay.
Good. You have 12 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Esther Karion Tobiridu. I'm at Kitui, and I'm a student at KEMU. My topic today is influence of teachers' qualification on teaching and learning management of education for pupils with intellectual disabilities in special schools, Meru County, Kenya. And my supervisors are Professor Kaduri and Dr. Selena. An abstract, the purpose of the study was to identify the influence of teachers' qualification in teaching and learning management for pupils with intellectual disability. The objective of the study was to establish teachers' qualification on teaching and learning management of education for pupils with intellectual disabilities in special schools, Meru County, Kenya. The target population was 4 special schools, 479 pupils, that 2 teachers, 387 parents, and 16 sub-county directors who are TSC and ministry, where a total of 19. For the sample, I had 145 pupils, 10 teachers, 117 parents, 6 sub-county directors from the ministry and TSC, and the total was 278. The study was guided by the contingency theory that claimed that there is no best organization to organize a corporation to lead a company or to make a decision. Questionnaires, interview schedules, observation schedules, checklists, and focus discussion groups were used to gather the data, which was analyzed using both qualitative and quantitative methods. Now, the results were presented using tables and narratives from respondents. The findings indicated that there is a significant influence of teachers' qualification on teaching and learning management of education for pupils with intellectual disability in Meru County, Kenya. And the findings will be valuable to curriculum developers, curriculum implementers, policymakers, and other interested parties in educating children with intellectual disabilities. For the key ones, they are there. Then in the introduction, the purpose of this study was to examine the influence of teachers' qualification on teaching and learning management of education for learners, for pupils with intellectual disabilities in special schools in Meru County, Kenya. The data was, the definition of data analysis was also considered there in the introduction. The study started by presenting the results on reliability, response rate, and the information from the respondents. Thereafter, the results based on main variables of the study gathered using the methods which are shown below. Now, for the statement of the problem of this study was to investigate, was an investigation on the teachers' qualification on influence of teaching and learning management on education for pupils with intellectual disabilities in Meru County, Kenya. Significance of the study results will be helpful, will give helpful data on which significance decision on curriculum reforms implementation can be made. The curriculum and developers and the policymakers will also use the research in developing curriculum for their pupils with intellectual disabilities. The ends of the institution and the BOM will also use the research in reference while implementing the curriculum in their institutions. Now, for the methodology used covered the studies location and the research design from the areas. Then the target population was 4 special schools, 479 pupils, 32 teachers, 387 parents, and 16 TSC and the Ministry of Education sub-county directors. The target sample was 278, and this was as follows: 145 pupils, 10 teachers, 117 parents, 6 sub-county directors from both ministry and TSC. The questionnaires, interview schedules, observation checklists, focus group discussions schedules were used to gather the data. And before the instruments were used, they were evaluated through pre-testing to ensure they met the appropriate levels of validity and reliability. The data was analyzed using both qualitative and quantitative method, and also descriptive statistics such as percentages and inferential statistics, which included correlation coefficient. Then the results were presented using tables and narratives from respondents. The findings of the study, and here we had the findings from teachers' academic and professional qualification, whereby from the table, you can see the highest qualification level analysis, diploma, and the highest frequency and percentage, which was followed by undergraduate degree. And therefore, that is why I said there, majority of the teachers were diploma holders. And this was achieved by carrying an independent sample from that group test. And if you look down there from the table 2 below, you also realize there is a hypothesis test summary, where the null hypothesis was the distribution of influence of teachers' qualification is the same across categories of type of teachers. And there I retained the hypothesis. We can therefore accept the hypothesis because from the table there, you've seen the results, and therefore trained teachers should be considered in order to have for the teachers in teaching and learning management, education for pupils with intellectual disabilities. And therefore, it was in order to retain the teachers. For the other finding about teachers' experience, you can see from the table there, most teachers who were in level 15 are below up to 11 years, and the highest percentage, followed by 16 to 20 years, who had also 33%. And the findings, the standard sought to establish the working experience of teachers, and the results were as it was from the table. Now we have the descriptive statistics for teachers qualification, whereby if you look at it, some of the key aspects of teachers qualification are listed below, which include flexible in the use of different teaching methodologies to help learners with disabilities participate in the classroom and learn. The other one was materials used in teaching and learning processes to suit the learners with intellectual disability. The next one was individualized education plan, which help learners with intellectual disabilities. Then teachers are caring and respect the pupils with intellectual disability. Another point is teachers have a sense of ownership and it is a responsibility. The other one is teachers are not biased in all tasks. Teachers put effort for students with intellectual disability. Then the other one is the teachers follow the professional code of conduct and standards. And finally, teachers emphasize on academic as well as sports activities, and the teachers had enough knowledge in their area of teaching.
Okay,
Now,
Esther, you
the
have a
continuation
minute.
of this one is that all statements of the aspect mentioned above were positively stated, and a factor analysis was computed to determine how each indicator of measure was measured. And finally, we had the summated mean and the standard deviation, which was computed.
Esther, you have a minute.
Sorry.
You have 1 minute. Please
Yes,
try and
yes,
conclude.
yes. I'm finalizing, Dr. Ari. So for the descriptive statistics, I think I'll go to the last part of it, whereby the summary and the conclusion is down there, whereby in conclusion, the objective found out that children with intellectual disability and community discrimination and rejection, and also the well-prepared teachers used appropriate teaching and learning methods, and finally, the use of a recommended instructional method was good, and I'm sure that is the head. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Esther. That was a fantastic presentation and also
thank you.
Quite constructive. So participants, those who want to engage with Esther, you can do that on the public chat. And also remember, we have a session for discussion, a 20-minute session. So Esther, you can access the public chat where you can be responding to those participants who may not wait until the time for discussion.
Okay.
Or those who may want to engage with you.
Thank you, Dr. Ari.
Okay, thank you very much. You may now pull down your presentation for the next person. Our next presenter is Agnes Bakari.
Yes, please.
Let's just wait for Esther to pull down her presentation.
Thank you.
Do you see anywhere there is a stop?
Stop.
Hata hapo juu hapo unaona green nini option stop hapo juu kabisa.
I'm looking for stop.
Ama hapo umeenda kwa share screen Share screen, maybe you can get some, you can unshare.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Agnes?
Yes.
How would you prefer? You want to present yourself or we present for you?
Just present for me.
Okay. Our secretary, we can upload a presentation. Influence of family factor on that very difficult name in Malindi Township, Kilifi County. And the name is Agnes?
Agnes Bakari Bacha.
Oh yeah, yes. No, it is that for the title. Juvenile what?
Influence of family factors on juvenile delinquency in Malindi Township, Kilifi County.
Yeah,
Kenya.
that is the word I was trying to pronounce.
Delinquency.
Yeah, with me, with my pronunciation.
It's okay.
I've eaten a lot of arrowroots. Maybe not as much as you, but I've tried. I've swallowed a couple of them. There we go. Agnes, you have 12 minutes.
Thank you.
For the presentation. Please, you may start.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Agnes Bakari Bacha. I'm a student in Masters in Counseling at the Kenya Methodist University. My supervisors are Dr. Spora Karia and Dr. Bernard Wamalwa. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Zipporah so much for the support she has given me throughout this thesis. The background of the study. The background. Juvenile delinquency is a problem faced by many societies all over the world. So globally, more young people are increasingly engaging in delinquency. That is from the World Youth Report, 2003. That is a global societal problem. Early antisocial behavior might be the top predictor of later delinquency. That is from Wasserman, 2003. Same, 2013, considered the family as a microsocial environment of great importance, which shapes any individual's behavior. Come to the problem statement. Next slide, please. Next slide. Are you with me? Yeah.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We can hear you.
Okay. With the problem statement and justification, the family is the first natural school for children. What we mean by that is parents and caregivers are the first educators of children. It can either prevent or promote delinquency in children depending on the prevailing circumstances. Juvenile delinquency is a perennial problem that interferes with the normal functioning of society. So due to various factors, there has been an increase in the number of juvenile remanded in remand homes in Kenya. That's from Mogo and others, 2006. Many studies done have focused on delinquent behavior and categorization of offenses committed by juveniles more than looking at causative relationships. That's from Wright, 2004. And those are some of the criminal offenses the juveniles do, the drug addicts or engaging in drugs. So Jacinta, 2012, argued that broken homes, parenting skills, teenage parenthood, maltreatment of juveniles, large families, and parental education are the leading variables in the family that influence delinquency. A better understanding of family risk factors of juvenile delinquency is paramount to initiate preventive measures. Therefore, the need for this study. the research objectives. The broad spectrum is to determine the influence of family factors on juvenile delinquency in Malindi Township, Kilifi County. There is a specific objectives. The first one is to determine the influence of family structure on juvenile delinquency in Malindi Township, Kilifi County. The second one is to establish the influence of family relationship on juvenile delinquency in Malindi Township, Kilifi County. The third one is to investigate the influence of family communication on juvenile delinquency in Malindi Township, Kilifi County. We go to methodology. The study site was Malindi Township Remand Home in Kilifi County, Kenya. Study design. It was a cross-sectoral descriptive design involving both qualitative and quantitative approaches. Study variables. We have the dependent variable, which is the juvenile delinquency. Independent variables, we have family factors. Of family factors is family structure, family relationship, and family communication. The study population. There was 120 juvenile in Malindi Township Remand Home, and there are 90 parents and stroke guardians. Methodology. Sample size determination. Cochran 1963 formula adopted by Fisher and others 1998. Population was less than 10,000. Thus, this formula was used. That is, the sample size is equal to the sample size of 1 plus the sample size minus 1, and then over the total population. Sampling method, stratified random sampling method was done. Study tools, a structured questionnaire and a key informant interview guide. That is the data collection procedures and techniques. Written informed consent was obtained. Researcher administered questionnaires to juvenile. Interview was done to key informants through telephone calls and even through oral. Methodology continuation. So data analysis, qualitative and quantitative methods of analysis were employed. A statistical package for the social science version 27 was used. There was some ethical consideration which was considered, that is, clearance was obtained from the Ethical Review Board, that is in Kenya Methodist University, permit obtained from NACOSTI, approval from the Ministry of and coordination of the national government and Institute of the Research Ethics Committee. There was a consent was obtained from the respondents, and then confidentiality was obtained. Results. There was 100% participation, the juvenile participants, and 97% participation by the parents, stroke guardians. The demographic information of the respondents, that's by age, gender, and level of education. So the findings showed 41.6% of the juveniles were aged between 13 and 15 years, while 58% were from 16 to 18 years. The study comprised of 33.3% of female and 66.7% male. They had attained primary school level, followed by secondary school, which was 19%. Only one had not gone to school, that was 1.6%. You can see the chart there. This just explains the way up. So we can still do next results. You can go after the chart now. The chart just explains the variables, that's the age, gender, and the highest level of education. That's the ages from 13 to 15, or 26, that's 41.3%. 16 to 18 years, there were 37, which goes to 58.7%. In gender, female were 21, which is 33.3%. Male 52, which is the 6.7%. And the highest level of education Never went to school was just 1, it was 1.6%. Primary school was 50, which was 79.4%, and secondary schools were 12, that is 19.0%. Next. Resource continuation, that's family structure and juvenile delinquency. There was a significant association between parental presence and juvenile delinquency. Most juvenile involved in delinquent behavior either disagreed, that is 63%, or strongly disagreed, that is 19%, that their parents were always there for them. So 2% of the juvenile who agreed that their parents were there for them had not been involved in delinquent activities. And such victims were some of the victims were circumstances they were victims of the circumstances. 62.7% of those whose parents were not always there for them were involved in delinquent activities. Family relationship and juvenile delinquency. Juvenile who acknowledged they had been involved in juvenile delinquency were 54.2%, were dissatisfied with the relationship they had with their parents, whereas 11.9% were strongly dissatisfied. Those who were not involved in the delinquent activities were 25%, were satisfied with the relationship they had with their parents, whereas the rest, 3/4, 75%, were not satisfied. Resource continuation, family communication and juvenile delinquency. There was a significant association between family communication and juvenile delinquency. So the juvenile felt that their parents did not respect their point of view, that is in a mean of 2.58, and the children could sense the level of parental non-responsiveness, that is the mean of 2.54. Conclusion and recommendations. So in the conclusion, lack of parental presence and care, coupled with the low income, poor family relationship and communication, contributed to juvenile delinquency. Recommendations: emphasis on the significance of the stable family structures. This one I was just looking at the county government and NGOs and other stakeholders like the religious leaders, just to emphasize on the significance of stable family structures. The second one was the recommendations, government to consider providing free educational and mentoring program for affected children, not for the disabled children, but the affected children. Number 3, train children welfare practitioners and officers on how to handle juvenile delinquencies. Number 4, juvenile with criminal history to be subjected to rehabilitation programs and interventions of counseling to be involved. And that's the end. And thank you for listening.
Wow, thank you very much. We are right on time. And Agnes, that was a wonderful presentation. We really appreciate. Now it is our time to interact with our 3 presenters. That is Agnes, Esther, and Mercy. However, I see quite some communication on the public chat. Agnes, you can access the public chat. Below there's something written chat. If you click on the screen.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, so I click it.
Yeah. And then you can expand. I see you have somebody to assist you. You can expand further to see more of.
I've seen it on the other thing. Yeah.
Good. If there is anyone who has asked you a question, you really don't have to write it down. You can just. So far, no one. I don't see anyone. So I see some engagement there. However, participants, anyone who has a question, for Mercy, Esther, and Agnes. The floor is open for all the members. So there's a question from Professor Wanja to Agnes. Did you clean your data?
To clean my data. There is a question here. Did you clean your data? Please expand. I understand what you mean by that.
I've seen from data that you have different responses for the different questions, even from your demographics. So my question is, did you look at your data for completeness, the questionnaires, before you analyzed? You
Yes, I
told
did.
us that you have 100%, yet
Yeah,
when I look
participation.
at participation, but what you're reporting is not, it's not 100%. So it means you did not clean your data.
No. What's happening? There was one who was not involved in delinquency. There was just one who was not involved in delinquency. That means the total of the delinquents now minimizes by one, but the total of the respondents were 100%.
You look at the table that you have, just look at it again and ensure that the numbers add up to 100%, or some did not respond. That's what I mean. And then I have another question, but this is just for you, maybe for now or for future, or before you finalize your document, to ensure that data is cleaned so that you have only the complete questionnaires included in your analysis. But I have another question. I saw in your recommendation, I don't know what you recommended for each of your specific objectives. I did not see the recommendations. And I did not see, the first recommendation does not tell us who should act on improving.
Yeah, the recommendation, with the recommendation I did is specify who should act, but I came to understand that after writing, but what I meant was the county government, but I have explained it verbally, the county government and the non-governmental organizations and other, like the religious leaders, they should be, they are on the far front, emphasizing on the significance of the stable family structures. And even in the stakeholders, like the chiefs, sometimes they hold these barazas and they call people just to give a talk on how to strengthen these family structures, and even the family relationship and the family communication. And I've been involved so many times, called by the chief barazas, just to talk about how the caregivers and the parents should take care of their children, so that they don't engage themselves in the delinquency behaviors. I don't know whether I have
very much. Yes.
Yes, I have a question. Though she is I'm the supervisor. In the presentation, it's like I didn't see presentation of findings from one of the objectives. I saw objective 1, and then I think objective 3. It's like one objective was missed out, or whether it is muted in follow, I'm not sure.
Which
then
one, Dr. Spora?
You presented objective on family structure.
Yeah.
Then family, there was family relationships and there was family communication.
Yeah, those are the objectives.
One of them was skipped in the presentations.
Okay.
Unless I am.
Which one did I skip because it's there? Because I have resource for the family structure. I have resource for family relationship and family communication. These are in my objectives.
Maybe you moved in a hurry during the presentation and
it might be.
Okay. Again, you have given us a very minimal descriptive statistics, the mean and the standard deviation, which I know you use in your analysis. Like in objective number one, you have skipped the standard deviation and mean. That is skipped out. Then in the last presentation is the one you have given the mean and standard deviation. So I think there is need for consistency. If you have used a certain statistic, it's always important to include it because it leaves the reader or the listener wondering, this was mentioned, but I didn't see it in the findings. So consistency is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sproul.
Thank you very much for those constructive contributions and discussions. More questions?
I think, Chair, there are more questions for the other presenters in the chat.
There are more questions on the chat, eh?
Yes, the presenters, please look at the chat and respond. Mercy.
Okay, Prof, kindly guide me.
Thank you very much, Chair. The questions that I had been asked, I have tried to respond to all of them, unless there is any that requires clarification. The question on who my respondents were, I have responded that it was students and registrars.
Please, yes. Because some people are not on the chat. That's why we are telling you. And when people get in and out, then when they come back, they don't see the responses. So just talk about the responses now.
Thank you. Thank you. The first question that I was asked was, who are my respondents? And my respondents were students and registrars. The students, I gave them a questionnaire, and the registrars, I did an interview. And for the students, there are those who had transferred and those who had not transferred. That is why the questions were about willingness to transfer and willingness not to transfer. So I didn't narrow down to anything, to any student specifically. I just any student, whether I checked on their willingness to transfer and their willingness not to transfer. The other question was on what constituted my customer service. I've tried to respond there that some of my questions on the questionnaire were on the functional, the students portal. Is the students portal functional or not? What about the social media integration? Students, everybody has gone to social media. So the students able to interact on social media or not? They get news from there and announcements. The other one was on the complaint desk. Is there a desk where students can put across their issues if there are any? What about the timely responsiveness of the inquiries that the students make? I also asked on a university embracing an online payment system because it is faster. So is the university doing that? There was also the issue of the university responding to students' issues, speed. Then there is the staff being approachable to the students. That comprised customer care services as far as the study is concerned. Then there was another concern on what's the difference between faith-based and church-based. Okay, the difference is that in the faith-based is general religion, whichever faith, while church-based is on a specific church. And an example is Kenya Methodist University is not just faith, but it is sponsored by the Methodist Church. So that is church-based. We have a university like SPU St. Paul's University, which is it's Christian-based, so it is faith-based. So that is the difference between the faith and church-sponsored. And of course, the other category was privately sponsored, and privately sponsored could be a university like Riara. It is not sponsored by the church, it's not sponsored by faith, it's sponsored by individual. So those were my three categories that I did study on. And I think the other one was a correction, which I have appreciated, and I have taken note that I have a correction in your methodology in respect of data analysis. It should read descriptive analysis and inferential statistics and regression analysis. And the regression is a model used. And I have noted that and appreciated. I will change both on my PowerPoint and also on my thesis. Thank you very much for that, for the opportunity to clarify that. Oh, somebody asked why Nairobi? Nairobi is metropolitan. It's where you find most of the universities in terms of the constituents. If you go to one county, you'll be so limited. But Nairobi comprises of the 47 counties. So that is why, in my view, Nairobi served as the best place for the study. And I have also put it there. The reason why I have done my study in Nairobi County. Thank you very much once again for the opportunity.
Were there any differences between, I'm not convinced that there is church-based and there is faith-based, but were there differences in terms of church-based and faith-based in terms of your results?
Okay, let me clarify this. Thank you. Let me clarify this, that church-based are also faith-based. Church-based are also faith-based, but if a university that is sponsored by a specific church, in my definition here, ceases to be a faith-based. Ceases to be faith-based. I now looked at that as church.
But what were the differences in terms of your results from the students? Did you analyze the results by the various categories, the private, the church-based, and the faith-based? And if so, what were your main results in terms of customer care, or the variables that influence their transfer?
Okay, in my case, I didn't go down to the differences in terms of the responses, but maybe that is room for another research, where now we need to look at the faith-based and the church-based and see how does the customer care service affect the students' mobility. But that is room for improvement.
Yes, I think since we are consumers, we are very interested to see what differences are there between and what students thought in terms of our customer care, we being what you call the church-based. But thank you for that study. It was a good data.
Thank you very much. I think that would be interesting to see whether there's a difference when a specific church is sponsoring a university, and when a university is sponsored by an organization that could be aligned to a faith, but not necessarily a church. So it would be an interesting a place to venture as a researcher. Thank you.
Sure. I think, Esther, there are a few questions for you. You may look at the chat and respond.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I can see only one. I can see only one question about the number. What there is that, first of all, we should understand schools for mentally, the ones we call intellectually disabled. Those schools are very, very few. You can see maybe the pupils who have intellectual challenges, but they are not in schools. They are in units, or there is a school with a combination of both the mentally, which we refer to as intellectually challenged, or we may have a mixture of all of them. So my study was on the schools for learners with intellectual challenges. That is why the number was very, very small. For the sample was 10 teachers, but one didn't return there and didn't come up. So I was left with only 9 in the sample. That is the question I had seen.
So your total sample was only 10?
Only 10 teachers, because there were only 32 teachers in the whole population.
Was this a qualitative?
The TSC do not post teachers. So there are as few as you can see there.
Yeah, back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that wonderful guidance. We are learning.
Chair, let me ask you something, a question to Esther.
Yes, please.
Yes, I understand the number of teachers in the special schools are very few. And that is how you ended up with the 9.
Yes.
But now, the fact that your study was both quantitative and qualitative, was 9 a number that could really inform, could help you in making conclusions? Could that be credible if we say we can make conclusion from 9, especially in quantitative data? I mean, quantitative findings. Or how did you go about it? Do you think that study can be generalized with such low numbers?
Sorry, I can't get you clearly.
I'm saying the numbers being so few by virtue of the population that you are dealing with, yet you have collected quantitative data. Would that really give you, would you confidently draw conclusions from such a low number in quantitative, when you are dealing with the quantitative data and generating quantitative findings? And secondly, with such a low number, is it really possible to generalize the findings of the study?
Sorry, you are not clear. I can't get it clearly. But I've heard you talk about qualitative, is it?
Dr.
Am I being heard by others?
Dr. Zipora?
Yes, are you hearing me?
Yes, you are not very audible. Kindly could you maybe post it on the public chat?
Okay, thank you.
Then she will respond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, doctor. Hello.
Yes, Esther.
Doctor, I can't get anything. I'm trying, but
she will post on the public chat. She will post on the public chat. And
yeah,
then you
let
will
her
respond.
post so that I can respond later.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thanks.
I think can you hear me, Esther? Esther, can you hear me?
Maybe she has a challenge with the device.
Yeah, I think she has a challenge, but now I see it. She had, this was the population. It was not 9. 9 was just 9 teachers, but there were parents, there were both people from the county and pupils. So it was just not 9. I think that's what Zipporah was a bit concerned with, but now I'm sharing the slide. You can see the total population was not only 9. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So if we don't have more questions, still keep on interacting on the public chat. I would want to thank all the presenters for those wonderful presentations. Quite informative, quite constructive. Also, I want to thank the overall chair and the organizer of this conference, Professor Wajinja, for giving me this opportunity to be this session leader. And also our very able rapporteur, Karo Kawela. Thanks so much for being there for us. We really appreciate for the great service that you've provided this particular session. to be a session that has successfully ended on time. Otherwise, without much ado, I would like to hand over this session to our main convener of this and organizer of this conference, Professor Wanja. And thank you very much all.
Thank you very much for our morning presenters. That was, thank you, Dr. Mulira, for taking us through. Thank you, Dr. Kawila. And it's been an insightful morning. Shall we unmute and clap for ourselves for having a successful morning? And now it is time to take a break. We need to take a break, a lunch break. I can see, Mercy, your hand is up. You want to say something? Mercy Goki?
Sorry. I was trying to clap. Sorry.
Okay. So we take a break for 30 minutes. Let's take a quick lunch and then we come back so that we can have the last session. We'll have another 3 presentations. So at exactly 1:20, we come back and we'll have that session to complete the afternoon. Please make sure that you continue, you register. If you have any challenges, let us know. The registration form is there, and don't forget to come back so that we support the remaining presenters. Enjoy your lunch. Shall we have somebody to pray for us for lunch, please? Any volunteer? We are a church-based organization, you know. We believe in
Yes,
prayer.
I can pray. Prof, I can pray.
Go ahead, Mary.
Let's pray. Our Father in heaven, we want to thank you because of your love, mercies, Lord, that you have shown unto us. Thank you, Father, for the good work that is going on, oh my dear. Thank you, Father, for the good atmosphere that you have given us, even for meeting and sharing with one another. Father, we take it as an honor. Now, Lord, that we are breaking for lunch, we pray that, Lord, that you bless and sanctify what we are going to do this afternoon. And when we come back, dear Lord, we shall give thanks and glory unto your holy name. For it is in Jesus' name. Amen.
She's been doing some basic accounting and what she is. So I guess how we can really determine the level of experiences and
let's break for lunch. We come back after lunch. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Is when you talk to her. So maybe one of the things you'll be quickly find out just from conversation with her.
Recording stopped.
Yeah.
Dr. Zipporah, are you there? Dr. Zipporah? Who is sharing their screen? Christine. Christine, you're sharing your screen. Can you stop sharing? Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
Okay. I'm looking for my chair for the next session. Mary, Jennifer, and Alice. You're there. Let me find the chair.
Yes, I am here.
Great. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Good, Jennifer. I think I find Dr. Zipporah, and then we should start in the next 2-3 minutes. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon to you.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back to our afternoon session. Our rapporteur is ready, Dr. Zipporah Karia. She will be taking us through the afternoon, our chair, in the afternoon. And the rapporteur is also here. Daktari, we will start. We have the first session and then the second and the third session. It will take 12 minutes each, and then by 4 o'clock, we will have finished. Thank you all for joining. As we wait for the others to join, but I think we are all here and we may start. Daktari, karibu sana. Dr. Zipporah. Okay, I think she's not in the meeting. Let me just find her one more time. I have just spoken with her. 1 minute. Mary, can you put your slides up or you don't have them?
I don't have them, but I think I sent so that at least you can share them publicly with me. You share them for me?
Okay, 1 minute.
Good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon to you, Daktari.
Yes, we are starting the afternoon session and the final session for the second day. My name is Dr. Zipporah Karia from the Department of TRSC. Those who are within CAM, they know that it's the short name for Theology, Religious Studies and Counseling. And my discipline or specialization is counseling psychology. I am a member of this team that has been organizing the conference. And I am the chair for this specific session in the afternoon. I will be assisted by Palma Ibenzi. Palma, are you there?
Palma is just coming from class. He should be joining the meeting. The other class is just told me it's on the way.
All right. Thank you very much. We have 6 presenters remaining, and the first 3 are Mary Mugambi, Jennifer Wangari, and Alice Wangari. So now it is 13:25. I will give Mary Mugambi a chance to start, and you have got 12 minutes. Mary, please, you can take over.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zipporah. My name is Mary Mugambi, a student in Kenya Methodist University. My supervisors are Dr. Tasira Kibara and Dr. Kaberia Isaac Kubai. I'm presenting on a topic, Impact of Teachers Treat Unions on Teacher Satisfaction with Motivational Strategies Among Teachers in Meru County. Introduction. Workers join unions to further their interest not catered for by the employers. Unions work to satisfy their members. The main objective of every union is in the world is to deal with the plight of staff, according to Mafisa 2017. Teachers choose to join unions for the unions fight for the improvement of their wages. The union, am I being heard? Teachers,
yes, you are audible.
Okay. Teachers choose to join unions for the fight for the improvement of their wages. The union advisories actually play a fundamental role in reducing the social cost by limiting rigidity in terms of negotiations, according to Hargreaves 2019. Availability of trade unions plays a role in motivating teachers and improving their satisfaction by raising their welfare, representing them in public, battling in public, and also in battling legal matters and promoting pro-teacher affairs programs. Next slide, please. Next, methodology. I looked at the area. I gave the study area description as the study was conducted in Embu County, Kenya, and the study implemented across all the 5 was implemented across all the 5 sub-counties in Embu County. Embu County has the following sub-counties. It is vast. We have Mbeere North, Embu East, Embu West, and Mbeere South. Embu borders Tharaka-Nithi to the north, Kitui to the east, Machakos to the west, and Murang'a to the southwest, and Meru to the northwest. The study the study consulted 205 public secondary schools. Additionally, the county has 2,400 teachers, meaning that from all the schools, the study drew 205 principals. Next slide. We move on. In the sampling procedure, a cross-sectional survey was employed to sample teachers and the principals in Embu County. A multi-survey sampling procedure was used for the actual sampling. And in the first stage, Embu County was purposely selected due to the research gap, the effect of trade union membership on employees' motivation strategies. So it means that in Embu County, you find that in the performance, the county has lagged behind from 2007 with only these schools coming number 1, interchangeably, number 2, interchangeably, number 3, interchangeably, meaning that we have 202 schools that do not appear. Therefore, in the second stage, the whole sampling was employed to sample all the counties, that sub-counties that I've mentioned. And in the third stage, the proportionate to size sampling procedure was used to determine the number of teachers and the principals sampled in each sub-county. And in the fourth stage, a random sampling procedure was used to collect all the teachers and the principals in Embu County. The study targeted 2,400 teachers and 205 principals drawn from all the corners, all the schools, secondary schools in Embu County. And the study followed the procedure. By there, the slide is a bit big that I'm not able to see the end. I wish it can be narrowed a bit if it is possible. I say that the study targeted 2,400 teachers and the 205 principals drawn from all the public secondary schools in Embu County. And the procedure that they followed was 10% criteria given by CK AC Kodari. In the process of data collection, data procedure was the study employed a semi-structured questionnaire and interview schedules in data collection. And before the data collection, a pilot study was conducted using 10 randomly selected teachers and 5 principals. The questionnaires were analyzed for validity and consistency, and improvements were incorporated to generate the final questionnaire. The final questionnaires were administered to the 240 teachers and 21 principals. The questionnaires captured questions on union membership, respectively, and satisfaction with motivation strategies, gender, education, experience, and the teachers' workload, number of staff, and union membership according to table 1 that we are going to see. And the researcher employed enumerators for data collection because the area was vast, so the researcher had to use trained enumerators to assess in the work so that the work allocated would be properly used. The enumerators were trained on question interpretation and survey administration. Then the respondents were requested to consent to the survey because, of course, the ethical considerations has to be put in place so that we don't coerce our respondents. And in the analysis, we have data analysis procedure, and the study subjected the respondents' perception of working condition to Cronbach as indicated by HEO 2015. Why working conditions? because working conditions constitute the motivation level or improve the motivation level if the working conditions are okay. Then cross-back alpha test evaluates whether the corrections, the data collection constructs consistently measure the anticipated outcome. Then the descriptive statistics such as mean and standard error of the mean were used. The study constructs also used to measure motivation, motivation strategies. The data were analyzed by help of SPSS 23 version, and the completed questionnaires and the interview schedules were edited to complete there's something that I'm not able to say at the end. The interview schedules were edited and the consistency were determined, and omissions were observed. Out of the 240 teachers, there were only 203 complete questionnaires that were returned. Then in their demographic profile, in the resource and discussions, profile of the sampled teachers and the principals, this profile is important because we are able to know the kind of teachers and the principals that join the trade unions, whether they're experienced or not, whether they're educated or not. So teacher membership in trade unions improves their bargaining power. If there are many, it means that their bargaining power will be better. And the study found that majority of the teachers were members of trade unions, registering 5 to 7% who are the members, either in NAT and CUPET. In table 1, we are going to see how this demographic profile is displayed. Can we move on to the next slide? Move on to the next slide. The findings suggested, okay, the demographic characteristics, then you can see that we have the variable categories. We have the union member, we have the gender, we have the age, we have education, and we have lessons per week. As I said yesterday, the union members, if there are many, they help in increasing the power to bargain for the general welfare of the teachers. And also, in the area of gender, it is good to measure and see whether all genders are well distributed, so that the biasness of whether it is women or men, the treat members will not be there. Therefore, all gender were well distributed as the members. And in the age group,
1 minute. 1 minute.
Most of them are the ones who are members. Then the members of the NAT CUPET, they're educated, and they are given the proper allocation of the lessons as per the requirement of the employer. Next, the findings reveal that most respondents were educated, and therefore they qualify to join the teaching profession and join the trade unions. Move on, next slide. The perceived importance of union from that table, it is clear that the union is beneficial to the members because of the motivated teachers. This is what the study found out. They ensure right to no violence, and also they participate in salary negotiation. That table is showing the percentages as per union performance. Next slide, please. Move on to the next slide, please. Then you find that we have the influence and membership benefits in NAT and CUPET. This is what I said, that with enough members, then there's a lot of benefit because NAT and CUPET have an opportunity of bargaining or having power to bargain for their members. All those, whatever the percentages that I've displayed there, they're in the next table. Let's move to the next slide. On union membership, the majority of the NAT and the CUPET representatives were 81.8%, and 80% stated that one who joins the trade union needed to be a TSC employee and register in the union. So most of the members are the TSC employees who are the union members. However, the minority, Then we have the role and the benefits. You can see that is what I've displayed in this table, what I've just talked about. The numbers are there.
Conclude.
Right?
Your time is over. Please conclude.
We have the number of the NAT being smaller than the pulpit. The reason being that most of the NAT members, they were scraped off from the register because of the issues that they have with the employer, and most of the issues are not resolved, especially in the area of delocalization, that the pulpit is trying to give a voice that they should be stopped. Then we have the importance of the union in motivating teachers, and we have said that in the description. We have the availability, they're available for teachers, they bargain for better working conditions, they bargain for improved teacher salaries and dispute resolutions, organizing education forum, promoting collaborations, promoting teachers to advance their career, and updating teachers on unions. Then,
time is over. Thank you. You've gone beyond your time by 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, can I go to the conclusion?
No, thank you. Your time is over. 2 minutes above your time. I think you have communicated what is important in this study. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Participants, let us put any concerns or questions across in the chat box for Mary, and she will respond during the question time, or she can start responding as the others present. Our next presenter is Jennifer Wagari, and please take care of time, 12 minutes. You are now starting at 1:40. You should finish by 1:55. By 1:12, start. Wangari, start.
Thank you. Please display for me the slides.
One minute, Jennifer.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer Wambu, and my supervisors are Dr. Wamalwa and Reverend Kivanguli. I'm doing a research on assessment of the effects of HIV-related stigma on self-esteem on primary going kids in public schools in Kiambu County. Next. Yes, we know that HIV has been one of the most serious epidemic in the world, and we find that very little has been done on the effects of it to the children and who are going to school, and we find that it is affecting the whole world economically, in education, in all ways. So we find that there is a gap and there's a need to do it. And you find that those children who are going to school, sometimes we find that because of the stigma that is there, they are not able to perform so well. So because when they are discriminated upon, and there is isolation and there is socialization denial, you find that they don't. So I in Kiambu, being one of the richest county in Kenya, I found that because of the people who are there, some of them who are working in the farms, you find that these children sometimes they don't get the basics. So the gap between the poor and the rich is very wide in Kiambu. So that one was one of the things that motivated me to do that research. Next. So economic empowerment in places where people are economically stable, you find that the the schools are doing well and they are doing better. But in those places where they are not economically stable, you find that the children are not doing very, very well. So you find that most of the children, because their parents are working in the farms, they are not able to go to maybe the private school. So they are going to the public schools, and there are so many challenges that you find there, and mostly in the rural area in Kiambu, around in Kiambu County. Next. My objectives are, one of them is to examine the effects of discrimination on self-esteem on the pupils going to the public schools in Kiambu. The next one is to evaluate the denial of services or socialization in how it is going to affect the self-esteem of the children in these public schools. And the third one is the effects of isolation on self-esteem, because sometimes they find that they are isolated by the others in school, in the public primary schools. And the fourth one is to identify the strategies and interventions that are available in the public schools so that we can make the performance of the children better. Next. The statement of the problem, the HIV has affected globally the economy, the development, and even academic performances since it was found out that people are getting infected in 1984. And then again, the research that has been done to investigate the effects of HIV on economic performances, but it has been done in India. It has also been done in other countries, and so we find that maybe it has not been done on the academic performances in schools. That is why I thought of it. And in 2004, 470,000 Indians lost their lives to HIV in Brazil. And in 1995, there's the report that you find that the data shows that majority of the youngsters take their parents' duty, because when they are orphaned or when the parents are sick, they have to be, they don't go to school, and even if they go to school, they have other duties to take care of themselves and even the younger ones. So this one now makes them have very low self-esteem. Next. Next, please. Yes. In the theoretical review, I used psychosocial theory, where we know that the social interactions, where it influences how people will relate. And you find that when children are developing, the situations that are there, if the economy or the amount of finances that are maybe in their place, and even the lifestyle and cultural traditions, they affect the children that as they grow up. So how they interact with the people around, how they interact with the environment will also bring out who they are even as adults. Next. I also used the Maslow hierarchy.
Move fast. You have only 7 minutes. Move fast.
Maslow hierarchy, because you know that so that to get to self-actualization, you have to start from the physiological needs, which are the basics. And then that is now, after that is where you find that you have to go to the safety needs, but you cannot go to the safety needs and think about them before you get to the physiological needs. So this one is very relevant to my study, because you find that when we are in school and children are learning and they don't have the basics because their parents cannot afford them, it really affects. Next. In the methodology, I used the descriptive research design and explanatory research, because cross-sectional survey design. The description design is used to ensure the balance of the variables and how they interact. And then the explanatory research will show how the other the other variables are going to be affected. And the population sample is, I used 333 students, which is a 16.5% of the whole population, because I had 2,000 learners in Kiambu County. Data collection method, I used the questionnaire to get the quantitative analysis, and I used the interview schedules so that I can get the qualitative. And the standard questionnaires were to examine a wide range, so I took advantage of that. In this research findings, I found that when kids kids are exposed to, when they are not given time to socialize with the others, this affects the self-esteem. And also when those kids who are infected and affected, and they go to school, and you find that they are interacting with other people, if they are not discriminated, this was very interesting, that I found that they got to a neutral place where the respondents were talking about, we don't discriminate them, we love them. So the children were not feeling violated, they were not feeling insecure. And I also found out that those who are infected, at times when it comes to the social interactions, when their fellow learners and their teachers brought out maybe a socialization activity, like going for the PE lessons, you find that for them, they felt like they didn't want to interact with the others who are healthy, but now they didn't want to be with them, but the respondents were saying that they had no problem with them. It is the infected that felt that they didn't want to interact. Next. In the conclusion, I found out that it is important for every learner for them to be to be productive. We need to make sure that they attain and attain academic qualifications. We need to be appreciated, and they need to appreciate themselves. Also, in the question, in the issue of questions, the self-esteem of the learners in general was down because of what was happening in the schools. Next. Yes, for the recommendations, the management of the schools, we should improve on how to, the children are going to have ways of improving the self-esteem. And the teachers should also do the guidance and counseling, and they should also avoid gossiping, because I found out that some of the children in schools and even some of the teachers, when they start boring the others, gossiping about them, it also made them feel bad. So that one should also be looked upon. And then even the education system, where we have the teachers, the management, and even the government, they need to make sure that their services, the support services, sometimes we have people coming to talk to them so that they can know how to take care of the infected and affected, and even giving them information on how they can take care of themselves. Next. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, for finishing earlier than the allocated time. Please put questions across for Jennifer, if any, in the chat box. And Jennifer, keep checking so that you prepare yourself to respond. Now we go to Alice Wangare. Alice Wangare.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Alice. Welcome.
Okay. My name is Alice, as you have heard, and I'm presenting from Nyeri County. My research is about influence of pupils' councils in decision-making on academic performance in Kenya Certificate of Primary Education, a case of Kieni West Sub-County, Nyeri County, Kenya. In the global education sector, there's a growing urge for learners' engagement in decision-making on school management through pupils' councils. The rationale for pupils' representation is founded on a closer representation of the affected learners by decisions made for them. This is whereby I found that learners or rather pupils are rarely involved while decisions concerning them is concerned. And that is where I found a gap. Next. Next, please. Hello? A Pupils Council or Children's Government is a body comprising representatives of the learners in the school, elected by the learners' pupils themselves. It is the official voice of the children in school, encouraging them to express concerns and ideas to the administration. There is also a speaker, The Pupils Council comprises of the chairperson, deputy chairperson, 6 cabinet secretaries for the 6 ministries. There is also a speaker, deputy speakers, MP for every class, and 3 senators. The model in Kenya present prefecture system with a democratically elected councils by children in the school. In the global context, a framework for Pupils Council has been formulated by the United Nations Conventions on the Children's Rights. In Europe, for example, Finland's Law Express indicates rules for of the learners in decision-making in schools. In Africa, school management system with the learners engagement have been developed in countries like South Africa, Nigeria, and Ethiopia. In East Africa, Tanzania primary schools have councils whose membership and functions are specified in a national policy in the education sector. And in Kenya, pupils councils are a new phenomenon. Before enactment of the current constitutions, all public primary schools were managed by school management committees appointed by the Minister for Education. Prefecture system of leadership was mainly practiced. Learners hardly participated in the main decision-making bodies in schools. Related reforms culminated to the enactment of the Basic Education Act 2013, providing for the inclusion of pupils in the school management through council representatives. The engagement of pupils in decision-making process on matters directly pertaining to their needs and wants is significant in discipline management, academic performance, and attitude. The pupils' councils could play an important role due to their instrumental direction to school activities such as welfare, co-curricular supervision, especially preps and discipline monitoring. And in Kenya, Certificate of Primary Education, good performance can be related to contribution of pupils' councils in school decision-making process. Kagendo et al. 2019 viewed that Kenyan schools that engaged pupils' councils are more likely to achieve better KSP results and a positive impact to school life and administrative function. Whether this is true for Kieni West sub-county with 52 primary schools is the focus of this study. Sorry. Hello? Hello? Hello?
We are there.
I
Can
can't
you
see
continue?
I cannot see the slides.
The statement is there.
Slide?
It is there. We can see it.
It's not on my side. Oh my God.
Check your gadget.
Okay.
Do you have a hard copy? You can use that.
I have seen the problem statement. Thank you. Since enactment of the Pupils Councils Act 2013, challenges have been reported in the process by researchers. Participative decision-making in primary schools was lacking as head teachers maintained bureaucratic leadership. Studies also noted that implementation of strategies for pupils' inclusion in decision-making have been slow. The current situation in public primary school is that cases of indiscipline prevail and also poor academic performance reported, especially in Kenya. That is by Nekesa 2018. A 2019 baseline survey in Kieni West Sub-County showed that Pupils Council policies were present in all 52 schools, but only 21 schools had fully engaged the school councils. There is need for a current study to investigate the influence of involvement of Pupils Council in decision-making on KCP performance in public day primary schools in Kieni West Sub-County. Purpose of the study: the study's main goal was to evaluate the influence of pupils' involvement in decision-making on academic performance in KCP among the public day primary schools in Kieni West.
You need to move very fast, otherwise you will not finish your presentation. Move very fast.
Objectives
very
of
fast.
the
Let's hear the guidance.
Pardon?
Move very fast because your time is running short and you have not finished there up to chapter 3. Move fast.
Okay. The objectives of the study were to evaluate the influence of the involvement of Pupils Council in decision making regarding administrative tasks on academic performance in KCPE in Kieni West Sub-County. Also, to explore the influence of the involvement of Pupils Council in decision making regarding discipline management on academic performance. Also, to assess the influence of involvement of Pupils Councils in welfare matters and its effect on KCP performance, and also to evaluate the influence of parental involvement on Pupils Council's decision-making on academic performance. Next, justification. As key stakeholders in education, pupils need to be given a voice and allowed to participate in school administrative functions. It was expected that upon implementation of Pupils Councils, performance in KCP would improve all over Kenya. Some studies...
You have only 5 minutes. You have only 5 minutes remaining to give us up to end of the presentation. So manage your time well, please. Move on.
In Kieni West Sub-County, no study is known to evaluate this phenomenon. Thus, the essence for the study. The study will rely on secondary data to analyze the KCP performance result for 2 cohorts. That is 2010 to 2013. That is the first cohort. That is before and post. That is 2016 to 2019. And the knowledge from the study would inform strategies for improving KCP performance from integration of learners' perspectives and school management practices. Limitations and the limitation. There are limitations.
Please, Alice, leave that out. Go to the most important part of chapter 2 or chapter 3. You will not finish.
Okay, research methodology. The study was located at Kieni West Sub-County, Nyeri County. The research design was descriptive survey research adopted in this study that determined who, what, when, and how the research was to be conducted. And the research topic was the concern for this study. Target population, the population was 699. Those were the head teachers, BOM chairpersons, teachers, and Pupils Council members. Sampling and sample size, the simple random sampling method at 10%, target population, a total sample size of 70 participants. Data collection, instrument, questionnaires, research methodology, data collection procedure. Before the data collection, consent was sent and permission was sought from the NACOSTI. Then it was sought from the Ministry of Education. And also consent was sought from the respondents. Data analysis.
You have only 2 minutes remaining, so you need to move fast to the findings. Move fast to the findings.
Okay, the findings. The response rate was commendable at over 90%. Overall, the quantitative analysis result shows that the involvement of pupils' councils in welfare issues decision-making was most influential on students' academic learning and KCP performance. However, the results of the model test show a fair relationship between the independent and dependent variable, with a variation of slightly over 60% in KCP performance resulting from changes in independent variable. Inferential statistics concur with descriptive results that were is a moderate influence of pupils' councils' involvement in decision-making and case performance. And that involvement in pupils' welfare issue was most significant factor influencing KCP among the predictor variables. Conclusion. The study sought to establish whether the pupils' council's involvement in decision-making for administrative staff, discipline, and learners' welfare influenced KCP performance. The study result showed significant relationship between the study variables, with involvement in welfare activities, decision-making being most significant factor influencing KCP performance in the studied schools. Generally, pupils' council's involvement in decision-making process had a moderate effect on KCP performance in the study area. Secondary data showed increase in KCP performance after 2013 when pupils' councils were established. Further, there was higher engagement in discipline, administration, and welfare management meetings for pupils' councils. Thus, the inclusivity of school management through pupils' councils enhanced self-efficacy among the pupils, leading to higher academic achievement and better KCP performance in the primary schools. It is thus concluded that pupils' councils have a significant but moderate effect on KCP performance in Genuine sub-county primary schools. The councils have a positive influence on pupils' welfare, discipline, and learning process management. Recommendations. The study recommends that first, pupils' council should...
Your time is over.
Okay, thank you very much.
You have exceeded the time. Thank you. You have communicated.
Okay.
Alice. Thank you. Now we go to question and answer session for the 3 presenters. And I will ask Palmer to introduce himself now so that he can assist me in that session. Palmer, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Dr. Kari.
Introduce yourself.
And I'm sorry for joining a bit late. I was a bit committed somewhere, but I'm able to at least join the session. And right now we are going into the question and answer. There's some questions which are on the chat. So those 3 presenters who have presented the last can check the questions which have been placed there, and they can be able to address them. We'll start with, that is Jennifer Wambugu. If you can be able to respond to some of the questions which have been placed on the chat. And also those who maybe have questions which they want to ask verbally, they can also raise their hands, and then we can be able to give them a chance to ask the questions. Please, the 3 presenters, you can go ahead and respond to the questions.
I want to react to one of the first questions that was asked by Professor Wanja. It is on the respondents and how people living with HIV and how I'll deal with the consent issues. One, my respondents were primary going children who are between 14 and 15 years, who are in class 7 and 8, and they were not all infected and affected. I randomly picked children who are in that class and that cluster, first not knowing their status. And the second one, I had interview schedule that I did with the respondents who are head teachers and deputies from the same schools, so that what I felt that I did not get from the learners as information, I also got it from them, because the head teachers are the custodian of the maybe the documents that can give more information on the status of the learners. The next question that I got was, how old are the children? This was from Dr. Kawela. These children, as I've said there before, they are between 14 and 15, they're adolescents, and they are in class 7 and 8. Still from Dr. Kawela, she asked, what do you mean other children were aware? I mean, do you mean that the other children were aware that their colleagues were infected and affected? In some places they were, yes. In some places they were not. But I found out that in the primary schools that when they come to school today, they are able to speak about their status, because we have teachers who have set a very good environment, and also in society we have some maybe Christian-based bodies that are also helping the learners to accept themselves. So it has not become an issue for them to even speak about their status. So sometimes it didn't feel like it was going to interfere with their privacy. But for those that I found, in fact, it was even affecting. So some of them who felt that they had not accepted their status, in fact, their self-esteem was really low, because they felt like they were being judged by the whole society in the school. There's a question from Professor Wanja again, how I identified the infected. I wasn't, when you get to the offices and the custodian, who are the head teachers, give the information, they were giving what they had with the consent from the Ministry of Education, because I got consent from the county director's office, the education office. I also got the consent from the NACOSTI, and even the respondents. They also they had no problem, because they have been able to overcome the stigma, some of them. Rhoda asked how I handled the ethical issues. Yes, in the ethical issues, that is where I went for the consent from the county education office. And I also went to the respondents and even the NACOSTI, because true to it that this is a very vulnerable group as children. Some of them are quite young, like when we talk about, because they are still juveniles, because they are not yet 18. They are not, they have to be protected. But the Ministry of Education has really protected them in a way that they feel okay, even when they are coming to sharing about their status. It doesn't come out so badly. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for your response. And also those who have asked, who asked the questions, in case your question was not satisfactorily answered, maybe you can engage the presenter on the chat, and then maybe they can give some clarifications. So maybe we can go to the next. That is Alice. Alice, you're the one who's giving feedback?
Yes.
Yes.
I can see two questions. One is asking how I measured performance and whether it was a comparative study. Yes, I was able to measure performance of KCP performance through means, the mean scores. About the comparative study, yes, I was comparing two cohorts, whereby the first one was pre and post, before the enactment of the 2013 Act and after the enactment of the KCP of the 2013 Act of inclusion of the pupils councils. The other one is about how I measured decision-making process. This one can only be measured by checking or assessing the influence it has on the academic performance. Yes, I'm done.
Thank you, Alice,
Hello?
for the response.
Yes.
And also go to the other presenter. Do you have any question on the chat that is directed to you?
I cannot hear your question.
Okay, you don't have, it seems like maybe people understood your presentation, but just in case, keep your eyes on the chat in case they want to ask
Yes.
a question, then
Thank
you
you
can
very
respond.
much.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. And is there anyone who wants to ask the question, maybe verbally? You can raise your hand, maybe.
Excuse me, I have a question to respond to.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I've got one question and one advice to seek advice from the experts to advise me on the term teachers, if it should appear on the topic 3 times. That one I have to do that. The other part was the question, what was my study about? And I said, I'm sorry, because there was an omission of the slide that was talking about the study. So the study was, my study was addressing poor performance in Embu County, because records from Quality Assurance Office showed that from the year 2017, only 3 schools that have been appearing at the top, and yet we have 205 schools. So if there are 205 schools, then it means that most of the schools were not performing well, and from the Office of the Quality Assurance, the results showed that the schools are performing on average. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. There's a question maybe from the audience as well. Professor Wanja, you can go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Mary, your comparison was for schools before 2013 and 2021, is that true?
Again?
Were you comparing results for students' performance before 2013 and 2021? Is that what you did?
No, I looked at the results from 2017 to 2021.
In comparison to the before the People's Councils, which was before 2013?
No, actually what I did, because I was looking at the performance in general in Embu County, I wanted to qualify that there is poor performance. And the poor performance that was an issue that most of the parents that when I was visiting the sub-counties, they were trying to talk about the poor performance in their schools. And this is what made me to conduct a study to find out if there is really poor performance, and that is why I had to go back from 2017. And the reason why I went to 2017 is because from the policy of 2016 that was given by the Teacher Service Commission was on the localization of the teachers, that is teachers being moved from their own home county to far counties. Because of this, there was a lot of complaints with the teachers and also the trade unions trying to make a bargain. And that is why I felt that from 2017, I'll be able to know if really there is poor performance being affected by some of these issues. I've just mentioned one. There are many other issues that have been mentioned by the respondents.
Yes, my question, you said it is a comparative study. So the question that I had was, how did you compare the performance of the various schools, and how can you conclude either the People's Councils are working or not working, and they have an influence on performance at the
called KCPE examination. So that's something that you need to think about. And how did you compare this for you to make a conclusion that they are working or not working? And how did you measure the decision making? Maybe it's not for you to answer now, but it's something that you need to think about.
Maybe I can make a correction there, Prof. My study was influence on teachers' trade unions on management of performance or teachers' performance in public secondary schools in Embu County.
Sorry, apologies. I was talking to Alice on people's councils.
Okay.
Apologies. Yeah.
Okay.
So my advice was going to Alice Mutua, who is looking at people's councils and decision making.
Okay.
And my question was: is it a comparative study? Is there was there a comparison between, if all schools have councils, then how do you say that these schools are performing better, yet all of them have councils? And if it's looking at issues of, it is not the cause, but the decision making, then how was the decision making measured in this study for us to make a conclusion that decision making by the council is influencing how performance is working? That I did not get, and maybe it's something that Alice needs to look at and maybe make sure that it's well understood by your listeners and readers. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll move on. If there's any concern, maybe you can engage in the chat and then the presenters can be able to take care of that. Right, so I think we'll move on to the next presenters. Back to you, Chair.
Palmer, for taking the session through well. Now we have our next presenters as Charity Kadambi, followed by Dr. Thomas Ongalo, and last and not least will be Christine Mwada. So Charity, you have a chance. You can now mount your slide. Thank you.
Dr. Karia, please, am I not in the list, Sabina?
And me too. Admit
There
your
are
next
others.
at 3:30.
Daktari.
Sorry, let me check the program.
There is Stella, Mercy, and Sabina, I think, in the list.
Probably I made a mistake. Sorry for that. I will give me time to check through. As these three are presenting, I will go back to the program. Sorry for the omission. Kadambi, continue, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Am I audible, Daktari?
Good afternoon. You are audible. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. I hope my slides are visible. I'm Charity Kadambi. I'm a student in Chem, and my supervisors are Dr. Ngera Flora and Dr. Sabrina Murechia. My research is on perceptions of women in leadership positions and female teachers' participation in school instructional leadership, and evidence from Tharaka North sub-county within Tharaka Nithi County in Kenya. Introduction. Leadership is a natural or learned trait which enables a person to influence others towards achievement of a given goal or goals. Women leadership basically faces a major ideological challenge that in general society finds it difficult to conceptualize them as capable leaders. In a society stratified by social constructions, men perceive women as incapable of assuming their leadership roles. Women have traditionally played a big role in the education sector, from nurturing children as mothers and primary caregivers to members of the formal teaching fraternity and school managers. The philosopher, Jean Jacques, stated that where there is no mother, there is no child, and the father observing that child is naive and helpless without a mother. Next, women are important in instructional leadership positions in schools. Instructional leadership refers to effort by the principal or head teacher to positively change teaching and learning for students by effectively managing the curriculum, addressing the challenges of diversity, allocating the resources, as well as evaluating teachers regularly. However, instructional leadership in education is still, in most cases, disproportionately skewed in favor of men, with few women occupying leadership positions in the sector, especially in the developing world context. Racing to and assuming leadership in school has not often been easy for women who have to deal with the long-held stereotypes of women in leadership positions. In Kenya, for example, female teachers comprise more than 60% of the teaching workforce in primary schools. However, most of them do not hold instructional leadership positions. Next slide. Okay, this, notwithstanding the sustained advocacy and reforms meant to address inequality in leadership positions in the country, and the constitutional stipulation on the 30% gender representation in leadership in public institutions. Some of the reasons for this small, low number of women in leadership positions can be attributed to academic qualifications and pressure on domestic responsibilities. Others, okay, the statement of the problem, okay. In the Tharaka sub-county, it is not clear why female teachers still participate less in instructional leadership positions in their schools. The previous studies in the region were highlighting the underrepresentation of women in instructional leadership in schools in the country, limited their findings to only lack of interest, family responsibilities, and sexism. However, the studies did not examine how perception of women in leadership positions influences participation of female teachers in instructional leadership positions in this area. Therefore, given the situation in Tharaka sub-county, the study sought closely to examine how perception of women leadership positions influences participation of female teachers in instructional leadership positions in both public, primary, and secondary schools in the sub-county. The next slide, please. The objective, it was to determine how perception of women in leadership positions influences participation of female teachers in instructional leadership positions in the Tharaka sub-county in Kenya. Theoretical framework, my study anchored the feminist theory developed by Mary Wollstonecraft. So the theory emphasizes the continuing role of gender segregation in the society, and it aims to recognize the oppression of women and construct that engender the subjugation and oppression. The feminist perspective, citing similarities between the sexes, summarizes that men and women possess equal abilities and in individual growth. Differences in achievement of that ability must be due to external problems and influence on social and heritage institutions. Theory was instrumental in my study than other theories, as it was able to show the social constructions of gender and how they undermined female leadership. Moreover, through this theory, it was possible to interrogate the perception of the society and of women leaders themselves regarding the gender issues in school instructional leadership. The methodology, my study was conducted in Tharaka North Sub-County, which is within Tharaka Nithi County, the Upper Eastern part of Kenya. And descriptive survey research design was used in the study as it allowed for application of both qualitative and quantitative techniques in collecting and analyzing data of our end area. The study targeted 12 public secondary schools.
You need to move fast because you have got very few minutes remaining. Move fast, move very fast to the findings.
Okay, can move to the next slide. I hope the others are visible. I used the SPPS as well as the matrix content analysis for my interviews. Okay, the results, you can see the first one. The female teachers in leadership are perceived as lacking competency in leadership. According to the responses, the mean was 3.62 and the standard deviation is there 0.6. The female teachers are perceived as not good in peacemaking and conflict management. There was a mean of 3.65 and standard deviation of 0.799. Female teachers are perceived as being unapproachable to both fellow staff and the student, a mean of 3.68. Women have difficult time to project their authority in leadership positions, a mean of 3.68. Sometimes it is difficult to exercise authority over one's colleagues, especially if you are a female, a mean of 3.26. Those are the results. Next slide, please. Okay, from that, we can see that most teachers in leadership positions are perceived as lacking competency, and also female teachers are perceived as not good in peacemaking and conflict avoidance. Then female teachers are perceived as being unapproachable to both staff and the students. It was also evident that women had a difficult time in projecting their authority in leadership positions. So the observation is that the perception of women leadership positions influences women participation in instructional leadership positions in the area. Sometimes it was difficult to exercise authority over one's colleague, especially if one was a female. Then the women participation in leadership positions, the female teachers or principals exercise flexibility in decision making, a mean of 3.18. Female and teachers or principal display honesty in management of school resources, a mean of 3.84. Leadership of female teachers is an encouragement to other female teachers and students, a mean of 3.81. Female teachers are good in planning and teaching, planning the teaching and learning activities, a mean of 3.88. Women leadership has been successful as a result of being accepted by both male and female colleagues, a mean of 2.68. Next. Okay, from that, the findings is that most of the female teachers or the principals exercise flexibility in decision making. Then most female teachers or the principals display honesty in management of school resources. Leadership of teachers is an encouragement to other female teachers and students. The female teachers are good in planning the teaching and learning activities. So the observation is that women leadership has not been successful as a result of being accepted by both male and female colleagues.
Your time is over, please. 1 minute, I'll give you 1 minute, but your time is over. 1 minute.
I can go to the conclusion. Okay, notably, most female teachers in leadership positions in schools in the area are perceived as lacking competency. Then they are perceived as lacking competency in leadership. Also, female teachers are perceived as not good in peacemaking, and female teachers are perceived as being unapproachable to both teachers and the students. The next slide, please. I'm sure this is already known. So my recommendation is that my study recommends that female leaders in the area need to form strong advocacy groups and also develop mentorship programs that enable them to change perceptions of the mentalities of female leadership in the area. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kadambi, for your presentation. Now we can have Dr. Thomas Ongalo. Thomas, the floor is yours. Start, please.
Thank you so much. If you can hear me audibly, can I get the feedback if I can be heard well?
You are audible, please continue.
Oh, thank you. And may I take first this opportunity to thank the institution, the organizer of the program, of the conference, more so the director, Professor Wanja, Dr. Zipora, who is chairing. Thank you so much for this program. It is a program that I've always, like to be in, and I've always been on this yearly conference. Now, most of maybe the students that I'm interacting with may not know that KEMU is my university, where I did my undergraduate, the master's, and also my PhD. So I always, prefer interacting with the institution, especially when I get a platform like this. Now, to go right straight to my a topic which I wanted to share, it is a topic that has brought a lot of discussion. That is the price. It has brought a lot of discussion. The price of the services, the price of the products. It is an area that has a problem, and we need to sometimes also talk about it. There's so many areas that are affected by the prices, but I chose to go for the fuel prices in Kenya. That is about the effectiveness of price regulations on the price regulations on the fuel in Kenya. Now, if you look at if you look at just remembering what has been happening on the area of prices, what I think we should appreciate is that yes, regulation can be enforced, can be brought into play, but at the end of it, I believe that economic law will always and will prevail. That is, the supply and the demand forces will always be at the forefront to determine for us where the price of a particular product or a particular service should be. I attracted or interested with some of the journals which I was going through. One of them is the one of MISWA and others of 2019, which of course talked about how the price is determined and how a problem it is. Now, if you look at how government determines the price, like in Kenya, it is through the ERC, and they use, of course, a formula. And if you look at this formula, you find that the composition are about the transportation, about the insurance, about the processing fee, about the taxes, and of course, not to forget about the profit margin. So all these elements put together will determine how much a seller or a supplier should charge a price. But again, I still believe, insist, with all these previous researches that have been done, and also with economic law, you'll find that the forces of supply and demand remains dominant. Now, again, if you look at how the ERC is, the method that they are using, the stakeholders, such as the OMC, that is the oil marketing companies, have actually criticized this, which means they are not agreeing with this. And researches have been done. I've got at least 3 that have been done. And if you look at, if you are able to see my my slide, you'll find that the research, which of course is talking about the price of the crude oil. We have the FATO of 2011. I intentionally looked at some previous research that were done long time ago.
Dr. Thomas, your slides are not moving. We are still on the title slide.
Yes. So now, if you go to the problem statement, I don't know whether you are able to see it.
You have to use the, you're not doing a full presentation. You need to use the slide.
You are not able to see my slides?
We can see them, but we are still on slide 1.
Oh, and on this side, I can see I'm moving.
Yeah, but you need to use the bar on your left side because you're not on full slideshow.
Oh, okay. Is it moving now?
No, use the, what do you call this?
I'm using the page up, page down.
No, it's not moving. You need to touch number 1, 2, 3 on your left side.
Oh, okay. So you're, okay.
Or otherwise, you need to go to slideshow and then make it a full slideshow and go from beginning. You'll be able to move.
Okay. Let me.
Yeah,
sorry for that. Let me see why it is challenging me for the first time. So now.
Go to slideshow.
Yeah, that is of course where I should go. Yes. Yes, I should be here.
Yeah.
And now, just 1 minute. I should be here, and then I come, say from there. So, am I there now? Yes.
It's showing something like resume slideshow. Maybe you should click that in there. There's a
yes.
It's still on slide 1. Now background, go down. Yeah, continue.
Oh, now we are there.
Now it's moving. We are on slide 4.
Okay. That is the statement of the problem.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, and sorry for that. So you will find that in Kenya, the market is free. It operates in a free market system. And you see, in such a market, like I've said, the forces of supply and demand should be left to determine the prices. But now then, given that the price controls have been introduced in a free market, you'll find that it is not all that stable. And this is what actually provoked or triggered, my mind that we need to look at it, thereby bringing my general objective to be assessment of the effectiveness of price regulation on fuel fuel pricing in Kenya. Now, what I wanted to actually find out, which of course I did, is the analysis of the appropriateness of the composition of pricing formula, which of course in the literature I've talked about. The perspective of now the OMC, that is the oil marketers, how are they looking at it? They are rejecting it, they are accepting it. What do they feel about it? They just take it because it has been, dictated. And of course, to identify whether there's some, critical challenges and the successes on this. The theory that, of course, this was anchored is the peak oil, that is the Herbert's peak oil. And in my conceptual framework, you can say the pricing formula elements, the oil companies, marketers' perspectives, and also looking at whether we have actually succeeded with this formula or we have challenges. Now, intentionally, I did the approach of systematic literature review, that is the study methodology, because it has got a number of benefits. Many times we have avoided this, but I think sometimes we should appreciate, go through the literatures that the scholars have written. We do the comparison. It is only that you need to have a good number of this literature to read. So I had the systematic literature review where I had about 15 articles, which I actually analyzed, and results came as follows. One, a study by Miswa and others, of course, found that the introduction of oil prices in Kenya has greatly affected the prices. And of course, the pricing regulation to the oil marketing companies, it is not beneficial to them. And the changes in oil prices due to this formula, of course, again, has also led to the uncontrolled economic fluctuations. So if you look at my my literature review, as on the perspective of the marketer, that is the oil companies, marketers, some of the literature that, the previous studies that are giving us this kind of the results. If you go to whether, this formula or whether the price regulation has succeeded, then here we are with the results, which of course, though excessive regulation might increase the cost of intermediation, but you find that actually it takes down, it takes some part of the profit. And I think that is why the OMC, when they criticize this, they are right. Okay. Then the challenges of fuel price regulations. Yes, these are some of the previous scholars who are studied. And if you look at their results are talking of, yes, you have the formula, but this formula is not healthy, is not good for the economy. You better let the forces of supply and the demand to determine the price. How did they conclude? Of course, price regulations on this pump prices do affect the profitability. And I think that is what is crucial, and that is why there is also a lot of debate on it, that yes, customers are making noise that you charge us high, but then again, the seller or the supplier is talking about the profit margin. So you see, we will keep on going round on the same issue, other than, just deciding and say, let the forces of the demand and supply. And if the government comes in as a moderator or a regulator, I think at the back of our mind, or their mind, they should consider the fact that the forces of demand and supply will play a very, very big role. And I think that is the area I wanted to at least share with you, so that it can provoke a new or future research, either on maybe the services prices or maybe on the other goods. Otherwise, thank you so much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to interact with the members of the panel, the presenters, and may God bless you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ongalo, for your very interesting perspective on fuel prices from your study. Thank you. Now we have our next presenter is Stella Wako. Stella Wako, you have 12 minutes. Please start. Stella Wako, start. Are you there, Stella?
Yes, I'm there, Doctor. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, my name is Stella, student at KEMU. My supervisors are Dr. Peter Mwiti and Dr. Rebecca Washira. So the topic of my
This is influence of work environment on suicidal ideation among police officers in Nyeri Central Sub-County, Kenya. Next, please. A background. Police job entails difficulty responsibilities such as dealing with human suffering, mistreated children, and quick life or death judgments. Additionally, a lot of social accountability and stringent legal standards are imposed on police as they cope with these demands. Studies by CDC and WHO suggest that rates of suicide and suicide ideation are particularly high among police officers compared to other various occupations. The breakdown of police suicide by counties shows that Nyeri County has the highest number of police suicide outside the metropolitan areas like Nairobi, Kisumu, Mombasa, and Nakuru, according to NPS 2021. Objective. The objective of this study was to determine the influence of work environment suicidal ideation among police officers in Nyeri Central Sub-County, Kenya. Methods, a descriptive cross-sectional survey approach was used. A total of 492 police officers working in Nyeri Central Sub-County comprised the target population. A sample size of 221 respondents was used. A structured, self-administered questionnaire, a focus group discussion, and an interview schedule was used to collect data. In order to determine the reliability and validity of the instruments used in this research, a pilot test was conducted in Kirinyaga Central Sub-County. Using SPSS 26, the collected data was encoded and input into a computer. Data was analyzed using descriptive statistics, including frequencies, percentages, mean, and standard deviation. Utilizing inferential statistics such as chi-square and regression analysis, correlations between variables was determined. To analyze qualitative data content analysis using in vivo software was used. Results of quantitative analysis were presented in form tables, while narration was used to present the results of qualitative analysis. Findings. Study findings revealed that the prevalence of suicidal ideation was 34.4%. Age and p-value of 0.011 and gender p-value of 0.037 was significant, associated with suicidal ideation. Majority of the respondents indicated that their working environment was poor. There was a significant association, p-value of 0.000, and suicidal ideation. Respondents who indicated that working environment was poor were 6.3 times likely to be positive for suicidal ideation. Conclusion. The research concluded that suicidal ideation among police officers is high. There is a relationship between work environment and suicidal ideation. Recommendation. The researcher recommends improvement of police officers' working conditions and the policies to reduce suicidal ideation and actual suicide. The key terms used was suicide,
suicidal ideation, mental health, work environment, and police officers. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Hey, this is wonderful. Stella, you have managed within the shortest time ever as compared to the others. That is commendable. Because you have 6 minutes remaining. So thank you, thank you. We have now listened to 3, but because we have many remaining, I suggest we go to Sabina Mureithi, then we go to question and answer. So Sabina, please take over. Sabina Mureithi. Sabina, are we together? Sabina Mureithi.
I think next is Mercy Igoki. We have
I'm here.
I thought Mercy presented in the morning.
No, Mercy has not presented. I think.
And then Christine.
I think I confused her with somebody else. Sorry,
Yes.
sorry. Then Mercy should be the next one. Something like he told me that she presented in the morning. Mercy, you are ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, please take over. Take over, Mercy. Sorry.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, kindly allow me to share the one that I have because I have revised it.
Okay.
Kindly allow me to share. Okay, thank you very much. All right, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity once again. I was here this morning and I'm back. I really appreciate the time. My name is Mercy, like you have rightfully said. My supervisors are Dr. Kibara Kafila and Professor Paul Gishohi. Now, our research was on relationship between economic status of students and inter-university transfers among private universities in Nairobi, Kenya. Now, as part of my introduction, globally, education is considered a dynamic system entrenched in the socio-cultural context. Students with higher socio-economic levels are more likely to choose less expensive higher education institutions. Give me 10 seconds. 1 second. Sorry. I'm doing this at home and left something on fire. Sorry. As students with poor socioeconomic levels are more likely to choose less expensive higher education institutions. That is said by Mogambi 2013. Now, growing trend of students' mobility is associated. Yes.
I think you went cooking. You forgot to share your slides.
Sorry. I am actually sharing. I think if my power, just give me 1 minute.
Yes.
I guess my power dropped just a bit because it's actually sharing here.
Stop sharing and try again.
Wow. Wow.
You're multitasking, don't worry. Take it easy.
Okay.
Sharing and then share again.
Sorry, give me a minute. Let me stop sharing and share fresh. Sorry. All right.
Now we are there.
Yes. I want the slideshow, not okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm sorry about that interruption. So, growing trend of student mobility is associated with the growing phenomenon of globalization and internalization process. That's according to Marcus 2016. Now, this paper seeks to establish the relationship between students' economic status and mobility in private universities in Nairobi County, Kenya. Now, the economic status of an individual refers to their own or their families, that is an individual or family's financial ability resulting from income and occupation. That's according to Cowder and DeWitt 2015. Now, the significance of this study is for the administrators, the administration on developing strategies towards control of students' mobility. It also be useful to the government agencies, for example, the Ministry of Education, CUE help in reviewing existing policies to govern student mobility. It also be useful to the parents, the guardians, and society in shedding light to inform them on factors that students consider while choosing a university, hence playing a part in their children's university choice. This research will also be useful to the researchers as point of reference for future studies. And more importantly, it will be useful to the university marketing department to inform them on the target areas to promote university courses to prospective students. Now, as part of the statement of the problem, now when students are pressed to take a certain course in a university, there should be relatively patience to complete their course in the same university with retro or no mobility. But what has been the situation on the ground, that is the current situation, is that the country has witnessed a considerable number of government and privately sponsored students preferring to transfer from one university to another. Moreover, the majority of international research had only looked at the international mobility of students, hence creating a gap in knowledge that the present study seeks to fill. Still, Kenya has witnessed a considerable number of students transfers from one university to another, and thanks to the academic credit transfers. According to Marcus and Jogona, Marcus 2016 and Jogona 2013, and World Girls 2015, they show that students' mobility is informed by institutional, socio-economic, and personal facts. According to Kim 2015, he finds that that when students they stand to leave behind people and places they already know and are familiar with, thus hindering personal development. Now, the purpose of the study, therefore, is to critically analyze determinants for mobility of students in private universities in Nairobi County, Kenya, with a view to reducing students' mobility. Now, as part of my methodology, the research
you have 6 minutes remaining. I suggest you move very fast. Mercy, 6 minutes remaining.
Okay. The research philosophy was positivist paradigms. The research approach is mixed methods. Descriptive survey design. Nairobi County was the location. Private university students were the target. The researcher used the sampling techniques, that is the multi-stage sampling, in different stages. Originally started with the purposeful sampling where private universities were sampled, and then the stratified sampling, that is where the three stratas were formed, that is the faith-based, church-based, and privately-based, and then finally we used the symbol sampling where the registrars chose or selected the students. Now, for the tools, the researcher hand 2 questionnaire and interview guide. And for data analysis, there was a descriptive analysis, inspiration statistics, and regression analysis. And to measure the validity, experts who are my supervisors were consulted, and for the ability, it is a pilot study was done, and coach alpha value was 0.751. Now, for the theoretical framework, 3 theories were used: human capital theory, the push-pull model, and integration theory. And like earlier mentioned, there were 3 categories. There was the faith-based, church-based, and private. And the different samples were given. And to as part of determining the economic status point, 5 questions were asked in the questionnaire. My university has a greater availability of financial aid, that is bursaries, scholarships, work study programs. My university fees, the flexibility of tuition fees payment arrangement in my university. The cost of living around the university is affordable. There's greater availability of scholarship opportunities in my university. This was the objective, that is the effect of economic status to the students' mobility. And some questions like some statements were put in the questionnaire as mentioned, and the various means were calculated and standard deviation. And overall, most students agreed that economic status is associated with the students' mobility with above average of 3.34 and a standard deviation of 0.85, and the highest rating item being fees affordability with a mean of 3.64 and standard deviation of 1.04, with the least being availability of scholarship opportunities, that is 2.71 mean and standard deviation of 1.31. Still to show the students' rating on the attractiveness on the economic status to the university, the frequencies are as given there. The score between 1 to 1.99, 17 frequency, down to 4 to 5, which is 46 frequency with 27.9%. The overall students' rating on the attractiveness of their university to the economic status on a scale of 1 to 5 was a mean of 3.34 and standard deviation of 0.85. Now, the hypothesis was tested on the influence of economic status on students' mobility in private universities, and two values were tested, that is the willingness to transfer and the willingness not to transfer, and the values are shown there on the table. This model was found not to be good. This is because the log likelihood ratio chi-square value of 0.54 and with a probability of 0.465 indicated that the model parameters are not jointly significant at 5%. The Msendo R squared of 0.0032, which implied that it is only 0.32% of the students' willingness to transfer from one private university to another, which could be attributed to economic status. The economic status does not significantly, therefore, influence willingness to transfer, the P being 0.460. Now, one of the registrars and this to say that a mismatch between the university fee structure as well as the cost of living and student economic status is one of the major reasons why students seek to transfer from one private institution to another, and another from a church-sponsored private university. And this to say, it's very common to find students who face economic challenges due to mistake of considering only the tuition fees when budgeting for their degrees. Now, while studies have shown that students have become more aware of the cost of money they invest when choosing.
Please, you have only 2 minutes. Move fast.
Become international students, as according to Anderson. This study indicates that there is no significant association between the two. It is for this awareness that the number of international students has reduced, according to Patton. Now, as part of the discussion, there's a high rate of students' attractiveness of their universities to their economic status. The mean is 3.34 with a standard deviation of 0.85. The mean difference scores on student rating of attractiveness of the university to the economic status, that is between those willing to transfer and those not, was computed as 0.121. The calculated t-value of 0.737 at 163 degrees of freedom indicates that the mean difference was not statistically significant at 5% level with a p of 0.463. And similarly, the binary logistic regression results confirmed that the coefficient of economic status of negative 0.163 was not significantly significant at the 5% level. Economic status does not influence students' mobility in private universities in Nairobi, Kenya. Most of the students enrolled in private universities are usually not very financially constrained. And therefore, my recommendation is it is prudent to try and prevent lowering program costs so significant that it becomes difficult to keep the resources needed for the implementation of student engagement frameworks, customer care services, measures of timely completion, and quality learning services. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Yes, you've managed within your time frame. Thank you, Mercy. Now we have listened to 4 presenters. We need to have Q&A, and Palma, please assist in taking us through that. Let's get questions.
Thank you, Chair. Also, thank you to the presenters.
We
Charity Kadhambi, Thomas Ogalo, Stella Miruki, and then Mercy Igioki. Now on the chat, we have some questions which have been raised. That is, if I can go back, it started at around 32 minutes past 2. That's when the questions for this particular presenter started. That is, let me just scroll down. Yeah, we have here where the first question is saying, are you saying male principals are not honest in school? I think that question was going to Charity Kadhambi. And then the other presenters can also check on their questions down from that time so that they can respond to each one of them. The floor is yours. We can start with Charity Kadhambi. Please respond to the questions which are there. And then later on, we'll invite anyone who will want to do a verbal, to make a verbal question, then they can be able to raise their hands. Welcome, Charity.
Okay, thank you.
In the meantime, Maureen, you can pull down the presentation.
Okay, concerning the issue that are the males not honest, I don't mean that they are not. I was seeking to know whether...
Is Charity around?
Yes, am I on the phone? Hello?
Yes, you are. You are.
I'm saying...
Yes, you are.
I did mean that they are not honest. Males are. Now, I was seeking to know whether females as well are honest in managing the school resources, and I realized they are. So I was not biased on the fact that the males are not yet, the females are, both are honest. Then the other one was if there's any problem in with the female leadership. Okay, I was seeking to know what makes female teachers participate less in Tharaka North sub-county. They have performed well in other areas, but concerning the Tharaka North sub-county, I feel that female teachers are participating less in leadership positions. No, in the same sub-county, there are schools, we have only one secondary school that is headed by a female teacher. And that is the only girls' school in the area. So out of the 12 secondary schools in the area, only one, that is headed by a female teacher. When I go to the primary section, the same. Out of 62, there are only 4 primary schools that are headed by female teachers. So I felt the problem was specifically for the sub-county that I mentioned, but in other areas, it can be seen in a different way. But now my main concern is, could the perception of the female teachers be the issue within the area? They are perceived as if they are not good in leadership. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Charity. Then we move on to Dr. Thomas Ogola.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. One question from Dr. Carol Kawila. Dr. thank you for your concern. Your concern is about what did I say influences the hike of the price. Yes, as I've said, that the forces of demand and supply, you can always try to, bring all other, elements to make up the price. But at the end of it, it will be about how many people have come for it and how much is it that you have for them. So it is the forces of the demand and supply that will, either make the price to go up or make it to go down until it will settle where the quantity supplied and the quantity demanded are equal. So we should bear in mind, even if the controls are coming, the moderation is coming, the regulation is coming, but at the end of it, it will be. And if you are not careful, even hoarding effect, hoarding can also take place. If you come with a regulation to the extent that the supplier now thinks that there are people who want it at any price. So that again is something that we need to consider. Thank you, Chair, and Dr. Carol, thank you so much for your concern, and I think I've taken it well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for the response. Now we go to Stella Muruki. Do you have any question that you want to respond to in the chat? Stella, are you in?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
What exactly is suicidal ideation? Suicidal ideation is the intention of committing suicide or oneself. That is according to AMA 2021. That is the only question that I was asked through the chat, please. Thank you.
Yeah, pick any that you can answer just from the chat, and then you can respond.
I can't see another question.
All right. So if there's no any other question addressed to you, then we'll move on to Mercy Igoki.
Right. Thank you very much, Chair, for this. The question I'm seeing there is somebody asking, assuming there is new knowledge, how different is this presentation from the one I did in the morning? I did one in the morning. The one in the morning was about the customer care services, the effect it has on the students' mobility. And the one I have done this afternoon is economic status. Now, things left to run just without the study, one would actually think that the economic status of a student determines their mobility, their need to transfer. But it's actually surprising that in the private universities in Nairobi County, economic status does not affect the students' mobility. Students are looking out for other things. And one of the things that they are looking out for is the customer care. They want to be served well. They want to be heard. They want their responses to be on spot. So in my view, this information is new in that the universities and marketing departments should focus more on building their customer service department rather than just reducing the school fees. You reduce the school fees, you are thinking that is what is going to attract the student. You are unable to provide for services, then that affects the university. So in my view, the fact that economic status does not influence the students' mobility is new information that universities should actually use and improve their customer service, which I had presented in the morning.
Excuse me, Chair, if I can follow up with that question.
Yes, go ahead, please, Dr. Mapesa.
I really want to know what these two studies, or it was one single study, because from my understanding from the presentation, I have a feeling the session that she did in the morning, it was a completely different story or storyline compared to what she's saying now. So are these two studies, or it is one single study?
Okay, thank you very much, Impensi. Now, I am a PhD student at the university, Kenya Methodist University, and I had various objectives. So this was one of the objectives, and the one in the morning was another objective. So what I did is I have separated what my responses were on the economic status, and did the same on what on the one that I had in the morning. So they are separate. They are separate in that the objectives were different.
Okay, I see Mapesa, your hand is still up. Are you satisfied, or?
No, I think for the sake of continuity, now that given this is just a platform for sharing information, I can let my case rest.
Okay, thank you. But the chat is there in case you still want to interact more, you can use it. All right, so any other questions from the participants who want to ask verbally? There is a Mercy.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask a quick one to Mercy? I think I have listened to your last presentation and you talked about economic status not being an issue. And I want to hear from you, when these students apply to the universities, what informs their going for these universities? Because it looks like the element of transfer is a second item. It comes later. So how do they get to these universities? What is their, how do they establish that this is the university they want to go to? So that then when they are there, they realize, no, this does not offer me what I wanted. Now I need to go, especially because you said it's not economics. It is more to do with customer care.
Now, thank you very much. Now, my study was not on just on this that I've transferred. My study was any student, and we are talking about the attractiveness of the university and the need to transfer. So the students, of course, are praised by COOPs, and then there is this need that comes after staying in the university and desiring to transfer. So that is actually what my gap was. What I wanted to find out is, why would a student get to a university and does not wait to complete the session? They leave before. So I was trying to find out. I had 5 objectives. Like I've said, this is for my graduation. I had 5 objectives, and one of the objectives was: is it economic status? Is it customer care? Is it student engagement? Is it quality of learning, or is it that was the 5th one. So I had 5 of them anyway. So I have pulled out the 2, economic status and customer care to discuss, and that is why I'm saying from the study that I have done, economic status did not seem to be the main reason for students to transfer. Why? Because I have not gone ahead and expanded. Maybe this should be area for research. Could it be because of the help that they are getting, or other scholarships? But in my study, the two that I was discussing today, economic status was not an issue, and the customer care was an issue, meaning students are very empowered and they know what their right is.
So have you attempted to validate that information by going back to the customers, meaning to the students, and really understanding, because this is a PhD, so you can't leave it hanging. It has to go a little deeper than just saying I established. So you need to really, hopefully, and I'm asking this now as a question, I'm not saying you haven't, have you gone back to validate this by really asking those harder questions? What were the real expectations when you applied? And you're saying this is mainly for government sponsored. That's what I was my understanding when you say placement. People who are placed.
Let me respond to this question again. I did not narrow down to the students who had transferred. I didn't narrow down to the students who had transferred. I went to the students. The registrars using their random sampling technique asked students whether they had transferred or not. The reason why they thought would even come, the attractiveness to transfer. So I did not deal with the students who have transferred. Maybe what I need to do now as another research is narrow down to specifically students who have transferred and ask them whether what they actually put, because they normally put the reason in COOPs, whether that is actually the real reason or the reason is another one that is underlying.
So who are your respondents, the registrars or the students?
I had both. I had the registrar and the students. The students were followed up by the registrar used random sampling to get the students, and then I myself interviewed the registrars.
I'm not getting it. The registrar was the one who found out the information from the students?
I reached out to the registrar and did an interview with the registrar, and then the registrar, using random sampling from their own risk, did gave out the questionnaires and the students responded. And the students did not have necessarily to have transferred.
Out of these students that you got, how many had transferred?
Okay.
From the questionnaire that you got back?
My questions were not on that. My questions were the attractiveness to transfer.
So you never asked any of them whether they had transferred?
No, I didn't ask.
But since they had not transferred, how can we, because we know it's usually 0.001 that transfer. So how do we, then the question would have been, why do you stay? Okay. But don't you think you'd have sampled those ones who have transferred and interviewed them, or even looked at the records from the registrar's office, told them to give you some of the records, then you can see the reasons why they actually do transfer, whether those ones who are willing and those ones who have actually transferred, whether the reasons are the same.
Yeah,
Just
thank you.
to add some more meat to your study. Yeah?
Thank you very much. That's a good place to go to, maybe in the next one, so that I can affirm the results.
Okay, thank you, Mercy, for responding to the question, and also the participants for adding at least some information to what is required for her work. And I hope maybe going forward, Mercy is going to consult with those who have raised some issues so that she can get to enhance her work even more. So we still have 2 more presentations, and I'll take it back to the chair so that you can have it. And then we go back to the Q&A for the 2 presentations. But keep the chats active, and then we can keep engaging on any concert we'll be having for the present. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Palma. A job well done. Now we give a chance to present to Sabina Muredi. The floor is yours, Sabina. Sabina, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Daktari.
All right, all right.
Thank you, Daktari, for this time. I am Sabina Muredi from Kenya Methodist University. My supervisor are Dr. Severina Mwirishia and Professor Paul Gishoi. I'm presenting a paper on listening assistive technologies, utilization, and the academic performance in primary school for learners with hearing challenges in Meru and Tharaka Nithi counties. The next slide. Impairment can be either a damage or a part. I mean, damage of a part or a system of a body. And now, in this case, hearing impairment refers to either a temporal permanent condition, which can range from partial to moderate and severe. It can also be conductive, meaning it is occurring in the outer and the middle here. It can be sensorineural diminished or a complete hearing loss. Sensorineural means it is occurring in the inner ear. And it can be in one ear or in both. And it can be as a result of malformation or malfunctioning or damage of the outer ear, middle, inner, or the hearing hearing control center in the brain. Now, listening assistive technologies are equipment and the gadgets that can amplify, they can also moderate sound to enhance the hearing ability of an individual. Studies globally have shown that learners with hearing impairment have encountered challenges in academic performance, even in developed countries. But countries like Ghana, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, Zambia, and South Africa, they have also reported poor academic performance for these learners with hearing challenges. Now, to address the issue now of poor performance, countries like America, China, Malaysia, they have taken measures and putting emphasis on inclusive education, establishing appropriate policy and regulatory framework, and also adopting assistive technology devices in teaching and also during examination. In Kenya, the government has established legislative framework policies. They have also provided fiscal resources and also hired instructors to support the education for those learners with special needs. That one is expected to support academic performance of our special needs learners, including those on severe hearing challenges. But that is not the case because the academic performance in the primary schools for those learners with hearing impairment has been poor in national examination. This trend of poor performance is denying learners opportunities for academic progression and the socio-economic development. And because of that, then the question is on the extent to which now learning assistive technology devices are used in the classroom and during examination, hence the purpose of this study. The purpose was to assess the utilization of assistive technologies towards the improvement of academic performance in the primary school for learners with hearing impairment or challenges in Meru and the Tharaka Nithi counties of Kenya. The objective was to determine the effect of listening as assistive technology utilization on academic performance in primary school for learners with hearing challenges in Meru and Tharaka Nithi counties. The research hypothesis: the utilization of listening assistive technology does not significantly affect the academic performance in primary school for learners with hearing challenges in Meru and Tharaka Nithi counties. The literature was reviewed and the following gaps were established. There were gaps in performance. That is, was weak regulatory frameworks and also gaps in policy. On listening and assistive technologies, gaps are there on weak funding policy for acquiring requisite assistive devices and also lack of guidelines on the use in and outside the class. This theory used the capability theory by Amartya Singh of 1980, and that was improved by Toboso in 2011. The theory argues that individual learners' ability and the sense functioning techniques can, like hearing, could be boosted with the application of information and the communication technologies. The same theory helped to expand the knowledge and understanding of listening assistive technology devices in enhancing the learners' engagement and the involvement that, of course, will help them to achieve the desired academic outcomes. The study was carried out in Meru and Tharaka Nithi counties. Descriptive survey research design was used. The target population was 3 primary schools for learners with hearing impairment. The sample size was 3 primary schools for learners with hearing impairment, 3 end teachers, 13 teachers, 9 non-teaching staff, 91 learners with hearing impairment, and 2 county directors of education. Purposive sampling technique was used to sample the county directors of education and teachers. Simple random sampling technique was used to sample learners, teaching and non-teaching staff. On tools, questionnaires were used to solicit information from the learners. Interview schedule collected information from the county director of education and teachers. Focus group discussion was used to get information from teaching and non-teaching staff. There was also document analysis. Software, SPSS software was used to analyze quantitative data, and descriptive statistics were computed and presented in form of frequencies, percentages, and means. Inferential statistics were applied, and there was correlation analysis and multiple linear regression analysis. Next, the results for the 3 primary schools for learners with hearing impairment. You have the results for the last 6 years, their mean, and even the county mean, and you realize that the school's mean are below the expected average. They are below average. Average mark in national examination is 250 marks. The next slide on explanation for the same. The 3 primary schools for learners with hearing impairment have been performing poorly in national examination for the last 3 years. And when contacted for solution, the head teachers lamented that the government, or rather emphasized the need for the government to provide funds in school so that they can acquire assistive technology devices and also pay for the non-teaching staff. And one of the head teacher remarked, I have 16 non-teaching staff, how do I pay them? The county directors of education also echoed the issue of funding and saying that there was need for better remuneration for teachers and non-teaching staff who deal with special needs learners. Resource on listening assistive technology, the 3 primary schools had inadequate assistive, this listening assistive technology, devices. They also lack the variety, and even the few that were there were poorly maintained. Learners who require specialized listening assistive devices, or who would require specialized listening assistive technology due to their condition and nature of hearing challenge, were suffering and were getting little assistance. Learners were not utilizing these listening assistive technology devices in their classroom, and they are rarely used to them during examination. The hypothesis was tested on assistive technology, and it rejected the null hypothesis because p-value is less than 0.05, meaning the listening and assistive technology are significant, or rather they have effects on the academic performance of learners with hearing impairment. Next, on conclusion, the 3 primary schools for learners with hearing impairment performance was poor, and it is an issue of concern that needs to be addressed. The assistive technology devices were inadequate, the listening, they lacked variety, and also they were poorly maintained. while the learners and teachers also lack skill for using them, and the school also lacks sufficient support from the government, all these affect the academic performance. There was observable non-utilization of the same. Now, on recommendation, the Ministry of Education to purchase requisite hearing listening assistive technology devices for these learners with hearing impairment. The head teachers to liaise with the Ministry of Education and come up with the training schedules for the learners and the staff regarding the usage of and the maintenance of these devices. The findings also uphold the argument of our capability theory by proving that academic performance of learners with hearing impairment can be improved by the utilization of the listening assistive devices. The results imply the need to revise policy, curriculum changes, training, recruitment, teaching pedagogy, practices in school for learners with hearing impairment or hearing challenges in Kenya. Thank you.
Dr. Karia, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Sabina, for the wonderful presentation and managing it within the stipulated period. Now I call upon our last presenter, Christine Mwatha, to do her presentation. Last but not least, Christine. Take over, Christine. Christine, are we together?
Yeah, I have unmuted. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, each one of you, for being around to listen to my presentation. My presentation is on strategies for ensuring inclusion in church activities of people living with disability in Kenya. Case of Lang'ata Sub-County, Nairobi County. My supervisors are Dr. Bernard Wamalwa and Reverend Gregory Kivanguli. I'm presenting from Nairobi. And yes, when Jesus commanded the disciples to go to the world to make disciples of all nations, he was clear that this mandate was to include all and sundry, including people living with disability. And in an all-inclusive church setting is the recommended standard of the Christian church based on biblical teachings. Notwithstanding inclusive nature of church teachings, it is unusual to find people living with disability among church communities in Kenya. So the rate of attendance in church services of people living with disability is much lower than the rest of the church community. This may be an indication that churches in most cases have not yet fully focused on inclusion in church services of people living with disability. This study covered 63 respondents out of targeted 73, which forms a rate of 86%. So the literature that was reviewed based on biblical teachings, God expects the church to be a community where people from diverse backgrounds meet as members of one body, to worship and to fellowship, and to receive spiritual nourishment and fellowship together. Now, the World Council of Churches, the World Council of Churches identifies that religion and spirituality play key roles in people's lives. According to the World Disability Report 2011, persons with disability make up 15% of the general population. Therefore, there was an urgent call for the church institution to reach out to the unchurched. There is now. Before the study, there was, but now we are going to give them a solution. So there was therefore an urgent call for the church institution to reach out to the unchurched people living with disability. Unchurched meaning people with disability who do not attend church. This study therefore sought to define impending barriers to inclusion in church services of people living with disability for the purposes of determining strategies that ensure inclusion in church services by people living with disability. This study used descriptive survey design, a structured questionnaire, and the focus group discussions were used to collect the data from participants within the target area. Purposive sampling procedures were employed to draw samples from respondents. Primary respondents were persons living with disability who do not attend church services, that is unchurched. Key informants were church leaders and the people living with disability who do not who attend church services. This study used social judgment theory, and a qualitative approach was employed in analyzing collected data using statistical package for social sciences. My research objectives were examine church-based factors that influence access to church services. The question that corresponded with that was what church-based factors influence access to church services by people living with disability. The second objective was analyze social-based factors. The third objective was investigate resource-based factors. And the fourth objective was determine church strategy for ensuring inclusion to church services by people living with special needs. My conception framework is this: independent variables were church-based, which included church-based factors that included facilities, infrastructure. Social-based factors included attitude and culture. Resource-based factors included training and funding. And then the fourth one is strategies for ensuring inclusion of people living with special needs in church services. The intervening variables were adherence to church policies, government regulations, the Bible as spiritual authority. Dependent variables was inclusion of people living with special needs in church. Study findings: inclusion in church services for people living with a disability is possible. However, most churches lack adequate church-based resources, adequate church-based resources, mission outreaches targeted to people living with disabilities, especially those who do not attend church. It was, from the findings, I discovered that people living with disabilities do not come to church because they just stay at home to wait for the people, for missions or the church people to come for them. They don't want to take themselves to church, and after discovering that the church is missing some of the resources that they need. So they just stay at home until people come for them. So the church mission outreaches are very important in this matter. Socially inclusive environment. People face stigma in church. Those who come, the few who come to church, they face stigma. So this needs to be, this is what is in the church. The church environment is like this at the moment. So environmental access. There was also difficulties in accessing the resources in the church because due to the environment. So now the study my screen is full of things. I don't know what is happening here. I can see there are things around, but I will be able to read what I've written. This study recommends prompt implementation of the following proposed strategies to ensure actualization of inclusion in church services for people living with special needs. So the church needs to upgrade church environment, which was seen as one of the main barriers, the environment to make it accessible for people living with special needs. And also the church needs to acquire adequate preaching facilities, which are seen, I think let me see, after objective, there's something that I jumped, study or findings. There's something that I jumped, there's something that is missing. There's something very seriously missing because let me just, before we come to findings, there's something that I need to talk about. Before we come to the findings, we need to go to my slide. There's something missing. We need to, let me just go to the factors. Those factors we need to go through them. Church-based factors, the results showed that there were the availability of preaching and outreach facilities or resource abilities were missing. Like Braille Bibles, they were presented by 94% of the, or 94%. There was also a 79% representing hearing aids, the lack of them. And then there was also 83% that was representing graphic, unavailability of graphic reading materials. 89% represented texture enhancement reading materials. So that is the church-based factors. I will also talk about the physical-based factors. I'm sorry, so sorry that they are not available here in this summary that I made, but the one that I sent asked them. So the physical-based factors were represented, the physical-based factors, there was a question that was asked that, is church environment adaptable to enable participation in church services by people living with such special needs? 60% surprisingly of respondents confirmed that the church environment was adaptable enough to enable their participation even comfortably. So it means that churches physically, the physical infrastructure, the churches are ready for the for people with special needs. 9.7 of respondents reported that church environment was not rehabilitated enough. So actually the physical factor is not that bad. It's not that a barrier to the people or the people we living with special needs coming to church. So some of them come, but because of stigma, they decide to stay at home and don't continue with the church, coming to church. So there was also reading from the materials that I have. There is also the social factors. The social factors, the question was, do people living with special needs face stigma in church? And here we see 82.5% yes said yes. So in summary, we can say people living with special needs suffer from stigma in church. Those who manage to come to the church, we have said the physical infrastructure is not a problem too in many churches that where I interviewed. So the problem is stigma related, barriers that are inside the church. And the recommendations, my recommendations are this. Yes, now I can see progress. This study recommends prompt implementation of the following proposed strategies to ensure actualization of inclusion in church services of people living with special needs. the church needs to upgrade church environment to make it accessible, acquire adequate preaching facilities, and also deploy focused mission outreaches to target and touch people living with special needs, even from their homes. So the mission outreaches are very, very important if the inclusion of people living with special needs has to be implemented or deployed in churches. So strict adherence to biblical teachings as authority for Christians, and also training of staff to enhance cohesion, increase awareness, and to reduce the stigma that we mentioned about. Because when the staff are trained, they will be able to understand the needs, the plight of the people living with special needs. They'll be able to know how to handle them and how to coexist with them. So also formulation of committees.
Over, Christian. Yes. Please wind up. Your time is over.
Yeah. Formulate committees to about formulate committees to advocate for plights of people with special needs. Formulate policies that ensure people with special needs are fully included in church towards spiritual development and nation building. Church to invest in matters of disability as they put it on top of the agenda. So it is articulated that implementation of these recommendations, recommended strategies will ensure elevated execution of the church mandate through an all-inclusive ministry agendas, enhanced church ministry.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you.
Okay,
thank you. Okay. Yes, okay, you have communicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, our two presenters, Sabina and Christine. Now we give the audience a chance to ask questions and to interact with their presentations. Over to Palma. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Karia, and also the two presenters. There are some questions. I think there are two questions only on the chat. So I'll request the presenters. There's a third one as well, which has come up. So I'll request the presenters to check which one relates to them. Then they can respond. And then if anyone else feels among the participants wants to ask another question, they can go ahead. The floor is yours, Sabina Bahati and Martha. We'll start with Sabina Bahati. Is there any question that you want to respond to?
Yes, there is one from Dr. Muchiri on whether it is whether people with hearing impairment could do better in an integrated as integrated student or in an integrated setting. This one I would say no, because integration is part of inclusive education. Inclusive education in our country was advocated immediately we got independence through the commission of Omide Commission of 1964, and up to now the recommendations have not been done. So why they will not do better in an integrated institution is because the environment is not conducive. The classrooms are not acoustically treated as it is supposed to be for these learners with hearing impairment. And now the devices like the ones I have just discussed, the assistive and also the argumentative, they would be worse in an integrated environment. So these learners, they will just do better when they are excluded that way until when we are able to provide the necessary support in an integrated situation.
Can I quickly follow up that before you take over?
Do.
I'm asking myself now, you have said that resources are not or have not been allocated accordingly. And that's like you've just added by saying that this has been a problem not just recent time, but has been there since independence, meaning we have not really taken action. So the question I'm raising is, if you are in an integrated institution, wouldn't it be easier for any argument to that you not have me here and discriminate against me because you probably be supporting everybody else but me? But now they're in an environment where they are all alone, so none of them can claim discrimination because they are all being denied resources. So I'm thinking that perhaps it's time to put them where everybody else is, and then tell ourselves that they are just having, they're just not well. I mean, they have impairment, but they're not any less. So we should be able to offer them the best facilities that are possible. And then it comes to the staff. You talked about non-teaching staff, and I saw in one case where you said, "Mwalimu alikuwa anauliza, how do I pay them?" So then you create an environment where that question may not arise if you are in an environment where resources are not limited, because there are many other students or many other kids, and if it's government allocating resources, then they would also be equally be receiving these resources. That's my question here.
Yes, Dr. It is true. It is true. Integration or inclusion is what is advocated, but practically it becomes difficult. While the head teacher was lamenting about the non-teaching staff being unable to do that, is because in a school where we have hearing impairment, they may need even more of that because of the interpretation and the gadgets and that. So yes, it is true. In an integrated setting would be better, but as per now, maybe we keep on recommending the same. But when the environment is made conducive for this group of people.
Are there schools where integration is really happening? Because it's you're saying the issue is not being enforced, but this is the way it should be. Are there schools that are practicing it? And if there be, what does it tell us? Does it tell us that if we did the integration, it would work, and if because maybe performance is better, or what does it tell us? Are there? First question is: are there schools within or without that are actually practicing this, even if it's outside the country? Do we have this happening? Because then it will tell us where we need to go and where we should focus our energies.
Okay. Yes, integration can happen depending on, or does happen depending on the degree. I'm talking now about this HI, the hearing impairment learners, because others integration like the PH, the physically challenged, may not have a big issue in integration, but these ones, they will depend on the degree of the hearing loss, because it ranges from mild to moderate to severe. And now you see the stigma, I have another objective on the attitude of which I have not shared, but it's also part of this study. The attitude also, these learners are stigmatized, especially when they put on the hearing aids. So maybe in a setting where the others are putting, it would even help them better than in an integrated where the others will just look at them as if they are different people and all that. So it's only that I've not shared that one. Maybe next conference I'll share information about the attitude of the learners wearing this.
I haven't answered my question whether there has been studies or places where not necessarily in your study, because you must have done some background reviews. Do we have places where integration is really happening, and how is it working?
I have, in developed countries, yes, but my study was focusing on the utilization and the academic utilization of assistive technology and the academic performance. But I have also read in these developed countries where the environment is adopted for these learners, it does happen and it can do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mwatha, do you have any other question? Or before we go to Mwatha, have you exhausted the questions that are on the chat? For you, Sabina?
I have. I only had that one from Dr. Mushiri.
Oh, okay. These other ones, are they directing to Christine, right? Yeah. So Christine, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let me start with Dr. Mushiri's question. Let me put, yeah. This is my question? No. My question, the first one is Dr. Mushiri's. Do you think it would be ideal to establish a service for people living with special needs? And how do we get the upgrade suggested? The study findings, I discovered that this separating people with special needs by having their own service, they wouldn't like that. They didn't want that because that would mean more exclusion. They want to integrate, they want to be included, they want to participate just like any other normal person. So what they really wanted from the questionnaire that we used and their responses from the focus group discussions, they said they wanted the church to be upgraded for them to be able to fit in the normal services. So the upgrading, I have decided I didn't finish because of time. I was suggesting that there is need for further research to look at how the church can do resource mobilization and even to seek funding to upgrade the churches that need such assistance to upgrade their church infrastructure. Then there is also, let me jump that one.
Don't go too fast. Let me ask you a quick one before you disappear.
Yes.
I know you want to answer the other question, that's fine. But you know, my concern here is we have many congregations that have separate services, for example, based on language. Yeah. And people do actually feel more accommodated when you create, for example, a German service, a French service, for those who speak those languages, because they feel that now you have taken care of them. Now, here you are talking about a population who are either not attending church as much because they feel they have not been, the infrastructure is not accommodative. And so by extension, I'm asking, if this was to be created in, for example, in an environment where we are, we know there's a service. I am not trying to say we exclude, but there's a place where the facilities are ready, they are well, articulated and prepared, so that if you have certain, disabilities, you can attend and feel comforted or comfortable. Because now, if you say every church, every place they have to fundraise to create that, then it becomes an impossible task. So that's my question.
Okay, Dr. Thank you for that wonderful question. When I went to the field, this is what I discovered. People living with disabilities or special needs, they do not want to be to have their own separate service. If it is happening now, it is okay. If the churches can afford to do that, it's all right. But these people said, most of them, they said they want to be included in church. So the church has to go, a step further, take a step further to even hire sign language interpreters and buy the Braille Bibles for them and the resources that they need inside the church. What they said, they needed to have seminars prepared for them, maybe on special days like Saturdays and not on Sundays. Sundays they said they wanted to serve, to fellowship with the rest of the congregation to feel that they fit there and they are part of the service. Otherwise, when you seclude them, they said they feel more, secluded even when the services end. That's what they said. When the main service ends, the people who are able, let's say able, the normal people, the community, they just go home. They don't even take time to greet them. So they don't even say, they don't interact with them. So they are left there like we are secluded, we are special, we are people who are, with disabilities, like we fight for ourselves. So they said they wanted integration. They wanted to be included in the church services. That is what they said. And so now that's why I was saying, I'm suggesting that the churches that do not have, who need upgrading of their resources, the church infrastructure, and also the resources, they need to look for a way how they can mobilize the resources and the funds to upgrade the church to that standard. Because the people with special needs, they want to fellowship with the rest in the church. Is that okay? I can go to another question. Daktari, are you okay with that?
I'm thinking that talking about more of a society problem, because you're saying people who are able don't bother to interact. So how will the church really make people who are really not interacting do that? Because you are right, and I'm hearing the position which you are taking, but I'm trying to think that probably that expouts more of a society need, and that means even fundraising becomes a bit harder, because now these same people who are not taking coffee together with the people with needs are also the same people you are telling, please raise more money. We want to put in. So there is a bit of can you see? I don't know whether you're seeing what I'm trying to see in my head. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. I don't know. You're the one who did the study anyway. You're the one who has the answers. But I still think I'm thinking that maybe for we to get ourselves to that point where we can accommodate them more. Yeah, I'm saying create a separate service and not for exclusion, because by doing so, then you can now go back to the people and tell them, okay, for us to be able to hold these people, for them to be able to conduct the services, we need to maybe improve the infrastructure and so forth. So indirectly, you achieve the same old objective of ensuring more resources are available, but you go in a different end and then come back to what you really wanted. And you don't have to answer all these questions. Science never answers everything, and research doesn't answer everything. So you don't have to answer all of them.
Thank you, Daktari, but I need to say something about that. In fact, there is a couple that are invited in our church. One of them is blind, the other one is partially blind, and they're married. So they came to church, and I went to interview them when I was doing interviews, and I invited them in church, and they told me that they said these people who are the normal in the church congregants, they don't greet people. They just, even after the service, they stay there, they stand outside there waiting to be greeted, they are not greeted. Actually, as I was talking about one of the objectives, of the objectives, I said there's need for training. There's need for sensitization in the church, among the church staff, training and sensitization to help in cohesion and even to create awareness, and also, to reduce the stigma among the ones who come to church. So there is a lot that needs to be done by the church members once they know their mission, the mission of the church and the mandate, that they have to be inclusive. So once the church is sensitized enough, they'll be able actually to appreciate the people with special needs and appreciate their coming, because that will help the church to accomplish the church mission and the mandate that I mentioned about Matthew 28:19. So that is what they said they wanted. And I'm presenting the findings exactly as they are. Because now if I do it my way, the way I would like, then the study will not have a meaning. but they wanted to be among us, and the church needs to be sensitized, the staff. Awareness has to be created, seminars, and they all talks during the church service for cohesion.
Christine, we are satisfied. We are satisfied with your response, Christine. You can move on to another concern.
So there's Dr. Zipporah, you have said sometimes the reasons for non-attendance may be due to, individual stigma. It is true, and I think it is right what you said. Recommended that we can have a further research to find out about their also individual reasons. But most of them, the ones I talked to, because I did it individually, they were saying the stigma is in church, and them, they didn't, actually they were very confident about themselves. And I said, after without church we can stay. That is what they were saying, but we need to go back and, specifically handle that issue.
Okay, so there's another one here again. This one goes to you.
Which factor affect people living with disability attendance most? This findings, the resource, the church resource, the resource factor. The church resource factor was the most that affected, because lack of the resources that the people with the special needs need in church. We are lacking the braille, those screens, interpreters, the sign language interpreters. Those were most of them are church-based that we are lacking. The materials, the resources, the church resource factors.
Okay.
Those are the most.
Then there's another question. Data.
Your data analysis
qualitative, and if so, how did you use SPSS? Please be very brief on that as well.
Okay, the SPSS is used to investigate information related to social. So that is how I used it to give me analysis of data of information that relates to social interactions, because my study was actually about social. It was social, more of social than any other.
I think I can help Sabina, if you can allow me, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Thomas.
Sabina, I think the question was very clear, and just maybe to take you through the SPSS, of course, you know that it will be on a quantitative basis. So if you had the qualitative until you transform them to be quantitative, the SPSS may not take it. So I appreciate the fact that yes, you can use SPSS to analyze the qualitative, but the first thing that you need to do is to convert the qualitative. Maybe if there were yes or no, or no, then now you change them to how many yeses were there, how many no's were there. You quantify them, then you can now run them in your SPSS. So I think that the direction, and I think that is what was the concern. Then again, Chair, if you can allow me, because I was doing that intentionally, there is an area which is very, very interesting, which has been had tackled. This disability, we have got the categories. It will be very interesting to just to tell us which category did she find to be more sidelined, because we have got the categories of the people living with a disability. So you can even recommend this for the future so that we can also analyze the categories. The severity also matters. Like somebody, that somebody may decide not to go there on personal basis, but I think about the severity and also the category. So that should be a future or a research that can be taken forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your contribution.
Thank you, I really appreciate.
And maybe just the last one, this one I'll give you 30 seconds to respond to. Christine, there's a concern here. What category of people living with disabilities are you dealing with? Just
Yes,
30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was dealing with all of them, all of them, anyone with a disability.
Okay.
What matters is whoever I would define, because there was a target area, whoever I would define as a disability, whether ni mental, whether ni blind, visual impairment or hearing impairment, you know, I was dealing with all categories in my, yeah.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you also for presenters for presentations and respond to the concerns which raised. Room for improvement still, engage with other people who maybe they have raised their concern and maybe it can also improve your work much more. Thank you, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you.
Wind up the session.
Thank you, Palma. Maybe just something to Christine. Just a word of caution. You were asked which of the factors affected the inclusion most, and you said the resources. It would be clearer. It would be more. It would be much easier to answer that question if your data analysis was quantitative, because you can say 60% did this, but now when it is qualitative, it can be difficult to tell which of the factors influence inclusion of people living with disabilities more than the other. That question can be tricky to answer unless you go the quantitative way. Just a word of advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you so much for the session, Palma, for working very well through this session. I now want to say thank you so much for all the presenters for the afternoon. Job well done. I now hand over the meeting back to Professor Wanda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Martha, can you stop sharing your screen? You may stop sharing. And now I want us to, first of all, before we close, can we take, you're still sharing your screen, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I want us to take at least a photo. Can you open your cameras so that we can take a photo? Violet, you are the first one. It's nice that you're here. Ken, Pretty, Rosa, Sabina. It will take us only, straighten up yourselves. So Palma will do the photo. I'm waiting for Sabina and Rhoda and Lazara. So we are doing the KMYCT. Martha, you're also beautiful. Caro, oh nice. Sabina, now I see people. Sabina, where are you? Not Stella. Okay, Muguna. Okay, Palma, are you ready? We are all smiling. Let's say Chingoashe. Palma, are you ready? Great. I think we are only one screen. Or you have? Okay, thank you so much. That's nice. At least we need to document as much as you documented yourselves. We have come to the end of the session. It was really nice that you all made it to stay with us. to the end. That is really, really great. We've had a total of 36 presentations for some of you who are not here across the 3 schools. Education had the majority, 99%. We had agriculture studies, we had business, and we also had health. I really appreciate that you all made it. Although I know the time was short, we were all pressed. We thought we were going to have maybe 10 papers, but we are so happy that we managed to pull through to come up with more than 30 papers. Really, that is commendable. It really shows that we are growing in terms of research. And if we keep doing this, I'm sure all of us will become better researchers. I'm sure all of you have learned something from this, across from issues of marriage to issues of Christianity, to how to grow TEF and so on and so forth. So it's always great to attend conferences. Before we close, I would like to invite my colleague, the Director of Postgraduate Studies, to say something to the participants as we come to the end. Dr. Mushiri, please.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you for allowing me the moment to be able to say 1 or 2 things. I want to acknowledge and appreciate the organization of the conference, Professor Wanja, Director of Research, Innovation and Extension in University, because we made this proposal during our annual conference that we could accommodate a second event where we could provide a platform for our graduate students to be able to present their work. And I think this, as you have heard, is the second postgraduate conference, having held the first one in 2018. And after that, of course, with the COVID issues, we were a bit disrupted. So we are glad again that we can have this event as part of the university calendar. And hopefully that this will be institutionalized so that in future it will be much more predictable. And let me acknowledge the many presentations that have come through from the graduate students. I'm aware that, of course, many of us are working towards completing their studies, and we pray and hope that that will definitely happen. But even if it doesn't happen that you finish and complete and graduate this year, then the fact that you're able to disseminate your knowledge to come and share out here with us and with your colleagues, that's a big achievement, because if you create a knowledge that you could only keep in your shelves, it doesn't change anybody. But the fact that you have come out, I'm happy to interact with people dealing with the issues of schools. I'm happy to hear people dealing with issues of agriculture, business. It has been a very important event, and I think you should not take it for granted that you got an opportunity to present. It is actually much more costly not to present. It is much cheaper in terms of the fact that many more people now know what kind of engagement you are in, and because most of us are looking to become future researchers in terms of growing their area and discipline, this will be the thing that you will continue beyond your defense of a thesis. You will continue to become a researcher. You will continue to address many issues that are happening. And if you remember what we were told by our guest speaker yesterday, Eddie, he reminded us that we should consider continuously developing solutions to issues that affect us, even as we consider how we affect the rest of the environment. The issues of connection between what we do and the people that are about us, and the environment that we also are always looking at to take care of. So I truly want to say, from the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies, which obviously hosts you, as most of you as graduate students, that we are very blessed to have a professor and her directorate and the team that works with her, the board, and for genuinely considering that preparing this is not a waste of time. And for the university, of course, and I'm sure she will mention her, the university. This morning we were with the Vice Chancellor, and he was excited that this conference is happening, and very happy that we are able to provide a platform for our graduate students to really do what we are today. So feel updated, feel that we will support you. From the Director of Postgraduate Studies, I'm sure you're going to have a number of your documents landing on with us. We will to process them The idea is to continue processing as much as is possible. I'm sure there will be a deadline because of graduation somehow, but that deadline will not affect you in terms of having to defer or work your way allowed. It may affect you in terms of being able to complete in time for graduation. That may happen because of yesterday the registrar and the rest of us will have to stop at a particular point to allow for the genuine processing of the documentation and so on. But that does not mean that we will not accommodate each one of you as much as is possible. So even if you don't, and I say this without any prejudice, even if you don't get into the graduation booklet, do not stop until you finish. Hopefully you do finish in the year 2022, and you don't have to go into the year 2023, as a student. You may wait for the ceremony of graduation, because many of us pay dowry, and then we are told the wedding will be in April next year. And we don't die because of that. We wait and we keep hope, and that's what will happen. So thank you very much, Director, for allowing me time. I want to stop making those many comments from here and allow you to continue with the platform. But asanteni sana na vizuri kuwaona wote. Tafadhali get in touch with us. Please let us continue hearing from you, and let us continue hearing about your research. Asanteni. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director, for the good, encouraging words. Just maybe what we offered for this presentation is that you could also do a publication. And for you to send in your publication, you don't have to publish, but you could publish with us. We would encourage each of you to publish in the IJPP. And what you need to do is to upload your manuscript. Make sure that your manuscript is ready. Go to the ijpp.kemu.ac.ke. You will see instructions to the author. Download that document, which will help you to ensure that you format your document according to the IJPP guidelines, and then you upload it there. We are doing everything online today, so you don't have to send an email or anything. But in order for us to know that really you had done the work, we have to for the full paper. But you to ensure that you need to upload it online. I already shared the link with most of you. I will do it again so that you can ensure that your document is published. So publish your documents. We encourage each of you. But however, if you had published, you do not publish twice. So if you had already published your work elsewhere, then you cannot publish it again, because that will be wrong. You are not allowed, ethically, you should not publish your work in 2 different journals. But for those of you some of you just wanted to disseminate the work, some of you wanted both, then you are free to do that. Just ensure that you're not locked out. We are doing real-time publication. As soon as your document is uploaded, it is sent to peer reviewers. And with the peer review, as soon as it comes back, we give you feedback. And when your document is ready, then it's uploaded online. So, and you can always access our journal through the KEMU website. Other than that, I want to recognize my members of the committee. I have Palmas. If you can say hello to the team.
Yes, thank you, Director, for the opportunity. And mine is just to appreciate all the participants, and also mine is to appreciate the participants, and also my colleagues who I was together with them during the preparation of this conference. And I just wish you all the best as you prepare to, publish your work, and also to be able to share your work with other researchers. All the best. And for those who are preparing to graduate as well, I wish you all the best as you do all the preparations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Palma. I think with me, I also have Maureen. Maureen, if Maureen is here, she says her mic has a problem, but she's been very instrumental in getting us all going, fixing everything. Thank you, Maureen, for that. My chair, the board chair, Professor Eva, she's not here today. but I want to appreciate her. I have Dr. Kawila. Can you say hello to the team?
Yes, good afternoon. I want to say that it was a good moment to be here today fully. Yesterday I was in and out. I have learned quite a lot, and I appreciate the presenters, and I hope that we'll continue with the culture of digging for more information when it comes to research, and also now disseminating that information. And I thank Kemu for providing this opportunity for the students. During our times, it was not very easy, but now I think it is quite active, and we thank God for that progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. I have Dr. Zipporah. You're muted, Dr. You're muted.
Yes, now I'm unmuted. Yes. Thank you so much, Prof, for leading us, for taking us through this. As a member of the committee, I am so impressed that this conference has come to be. We did the first one, and we said, why not do a second one? And it has also turned out to be, it has come out very well. So I'm impressed. Thank you so much for every person who was involved in the organization and the participants for coming in and making it to be, because it would not have been possible without the participants being available. So thank you for every stakeholder that has made this conference to be successful. Back to you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. I want to also recognize Dr. Mapesa, who was also quite instrumental in helping us. We have other committee members also who have been with us. They've not been here. We have other university activities taking place. Whoever sees them, I'm sure they're somewhere. We want to recognize them and to thank them. Of course, we thank the management for allowing us to have this conference, the Kemu University Management led by the VC. He was here in the opening, and the DVC, they are all really supportive in whatever activities that we're doing, and we thank them for that. And as we come to a close, Dr. Mushiri is also a member of the committee. He's just addressed us, very instrumental in making sure that picking up with the students and research is working. We work very closely. And with that, we want to thank you all, and we will finish with a word of prayer. We can get a volunteer again as we part ways, and we hope that next year we'll have two conferences, one the annual conference, we'll have another postgraduate conference. We really want you to also tell your colleagues that you had a good time and you managed to disseminate your work. There were questions and you enrich yourselves, and with that, you can encourage them to also present. Reverend Ken, thank you for, there's something in the chat, I'm being alerted. 1 minute.
Yes, and I wanted also to ask another question.
Yes, please.
Yes, so my question, Prof, was on the issuance of certificates. What did you say about it, and how soon are they going to be ready? Thank you.
Thank you for that. We will prepare the certificates as soon as we've already started doing it. From the last conference, there were a lot of disruptions, but this time, I'm sure within the week, they should be ready. You can tell us where you want to pick your certificate, whether it's in Meru or in Nairobi. I sit in Nairobi myself, but I have colleagues in Meru who can also ensure that you get your certificate in Meru campus. If you're in Meru area, just alert me, but the certificates, I hope that we can get them out by end of next week. I have to sign them, and then the DVC also would have to sign them. So we need to coordinate that and to ensure that that is done. So we do. Yes.
If I have a comment.
Yes, please.
This is Sabina. I also want to thank all of you for being patient with us. Some of us had difficulties, and in the digital, in the presenting. You never harassed us. You have been so patient with us, and we are really grateful as attendees, as these presenters. So on behalf of each one of us, we are grateful for the entire, even the second, conference, because some of us were not able to do the first one, but you found a place for us, and you have been so kind to us. We are really grateful, and we thank God for all of you, you and your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. I see we have some comments on the chat from Violet. Thank you for the session. How long does it take for the publication? For the publication, it depends how good your paper has to go to peer reviewers, and peer reviewers are given between 1 and 3 weeks to read through and to send them back, and then for us to compile. So it takes up to 6 weeks, or sometimes if your paper doesn't have so many comments, it can be shorter. But that's how long. We are trying to shorten the process to a month, because remember, we are doing peer review, and you cannot send a document to a peer review and expect that the peer reviewer is the only thing they are waiting for. So at least we give them 2 weeks, up to 3 weeks for them to review and to return it. It's taken to 3 peer reviewers, and it comes back. We have to compile the comments from the reviewers, send them back to you. So it also depends on how quick you work on your manuscript. So it could take anything between 3 weeks up to 6 weeks, but we are really trying to shorten the process. Do we have access to the recordings of the conference? I think you can access it. It's online. We are streaming live on YouTube. So if you just go to YouTube, I will share the link. You can always access it. It's open because we were streaming live also on YouTube. So all the recordings are there, or whatever that you need. If Muguna is asking if you submitted it on the portal, yes, you don't need to resubmit it. If you uploaded your manuscript already online in the IJPP, then it's fine. So Alice is saying it was a good session. We have learned a lot. You will get a certificate. If you presented, it is not a certificate of participation, but it's a certificate of presentation, which is much more weighty than a certificate of participation. I think I have a comment from Dr. Mushiri. Or an announcement, Dr. Mushiri.
Yeah, I basically wanted to confirm that obviously we will ask for some of these things for processing of graduates. And I guess that is why the questions of certificates, publication is coming in. But I think it's good to always tell yourself that the most important process is to complete the work at a level where you can always come back in future and tell yourself that you did what you needed to do. That's why I encouraged us not to focus too much on graduation because that's an event, and that event happens when we are done. But I want to also say that, of course, the university has schedules. According to our schedule, we will learn defenses until about 14. That's about 2 weeks from now. For people intending to graduate. I mean, for people who will be in this year's graduation, because you have to have a timeline when beyond which then you may not be able to learn through and do all the things that you need to do. I think I say that because I know a number of us may still have that in mind. The graduation is on the 5th of November. And like you've already probably known, it is going to be physical. So everybody who is here, who qualifies, will come to main campus and have some fun. So you can also come and see where we sat during the conference and check out where the Professor Wanja was, sitting in a good place. You can sit there for a picture. So anyway, simply you do your work, don't lose the momentum. Even if the dates don't seem to work for you, ensure that you can complete your work as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mushiri. And I think now I would like to invite a volunteer to pray for us as we close the 2 days and to also thank God for the successful conference. Shall we get our volunteer?
Yes, I can do that, Prof.
Thank you very much, Reverend, please.
Okay. Thank you. Let us pray. Almighty Lord, we thank you for your goodness and your mercy upon our life. We thank you that you have been with us throughout the conference period, the last 2 days. You have led us, you have guided us. You have enabled, Lord God Almighty, our chair and the entire leadership and all the presenters, Lord Jesus Christ, to have smooth sailing. And we want to thank you and glorify your holy name. We thank you for all the knowledge that has been shared and information that has been generated by the papers and studies that have been shared. And we pray, Lord, that they are going to continue to contribute to the common good of human beings. We thank you, Lord Jesus Christ, for this opportunity that has been accorded to each one of us to serve and even to share in this conference. As we part, Lord, we pray that you may bless each one of us and that you may also continue to bless KEMU and the directorate that has brought us together. Be with us and lead us until we meet again. May thy holy name be praised. For this is our prayer of faith in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God the Father and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless. Have a good evening.
God bless.
Recording stopped.